Order. We will now start with the daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee on Law Amendments, I'm directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bill. Bill number 340, an act respecting municipal contributions and grants, and that the committee recommends the bill to the favourable consideration of the House without amendment.
It is tabled. Any further presenting reports of committees? Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. In consideration with a later member statement, I would like to table an article from the from Saltwire on September 13th called "Scandalously Inadequate Inflation Quarter-Century Freeze Eat Away at Dietary Allowance for Sick People on Welfare."
The paper is tabled. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. We will now move on. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas after a successful pilot project on September 29th, legislation and regulations were proclaimed that permanently allow off-highway vehicles to access trails and services via designated roads. And whereas the legislation allows municipalities to designate roads in their communities, and on October 26th, the town of Yarmouth became the first in the province to do so. And whereas the town of Yarmouth designated Water Street for off-highway vehicle use, which connects two sides of a major trail connecting Digby to Yarmouth and back up the South Shore. Therefore, be it resolved, this legislature congratulate the town of Yarmouth for making it safer for off-highway vehicles to use this important trail connector, which will also give better access to local services supporting economic development in the area. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Any further government notices of motion? Introduction of bills. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the Honourable Member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Antigonish Women's Resource Centre and Sexual Assault Services Association, who celebrated their 40th anniversary on October 28th. The Women's Resource Centre was founded in 1983 by women looking for services and societal change. The centre remains woman positive, recognizing and appreciating multi-issued and complex lives of women, girls, two-spirit, and non-binary people, whose diverse experiences provide lessons in resilience and in resistance. The wonderful staff are dedicated to meeting the needs of their clients. Among many of the services they provide, they assist with social supports in terms of housing, finance, and education. They also provide assistance to newcomers, care for mental and physical health of their clients, and support those healing from sexual assault and sexual violence. The Antigonish Women's Resource Centre and Sexual Assault Services Association strives to make our community a just and equitable society. I ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating Executive Director Anita Stewart and the staff of the Antigonish Women's Resource Centre and Sexual Assault Services on 40 years of tremendous advocacy and service. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mari Arthur is a native of Scotland and arrived in Canada in 1975 and first joined the St. John Ambulance, better known as SJA, Brigade has an ambulance attendant. After moving to Nova Scotia in '85, Mari taught first aid to many industries and businesses across Nova Scotia and eventually joining the St. John Ambulance staff as Director of Training for Nova Scotian PI. After leaving SJA to assume her original career in human resources, she returned to her volunteer activities by joining the Board of Directors for Nova Scotian PI, then was elected Chancellor of the Priory of Canada, Chair of the National Board. Representing Canada on the International Board afforded her the opportunity to visit over 40 countries around the world, where St. John Ambulance performs humanitarian work. In 2012, Mari Arthur was installed as the first female Chancellor of the Order of St. John. This was the first for the Order, not just in Canada, but the entire world. Arthur says St. John Ambulance played a significant role in helping her, an immigrant to Canada, to integrate into Canadian society, to feel part of the community, to make friends, to build skills, to serve others, and to have fun. Thank you, Mari Arthur, for your community dedication. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate human rights lawyer Vince Calderhead, journalist Andrew Rankin, and HRM resident Kelly Lamrock for their contributions to a clear and moving expose published in the Chronicle Herald September 14th under the title, "Sick People on Welfare See Food Dollars Shrink." The front page article documented the scandal of the paltry special diet allowances received by income assistance recipients in Nova Scotia. In particular, the fact that the maximum special diet allowance under government regulation is $150 a month, an amount which has been unchanged since 1996. Special diet allowances are received by those with conditions such as diabetes, colitis, or cardiovascular disease, and the allowance is received by 7,500 people in Nova Scotia. Calderhead says in the article, food costs have increased 118% since 1986 when these rates were set. Even if we're willing to assume that special diet rates were adequate then, in 1996, they are now scandalously inadequate at today's food prices. Calderhead, Rankin, and Lamrock have together laid this scandal absolutely bare. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Roddy Conrad. For the past 39 years, Roddy, a sports enthusiast himself, has coached every level of baseball from intermediate men's ball to T-ball, coaching well over 1,000 children and youth. Over the last 17 years, Roddy's focus has primarily been on T-ball, and now as a grandfather, he has the privilege of coaching his own grandchildren. Madam Speaker, I respectfully ask that all members of this House join me in thanking Roddy for his commitment to the youth of our county by keeping this sport that has deep roots in Shelburne alive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pear.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Friday, May 26th, kicked off a weekend-long festival of Ukrainian culture. I had the privilege to attend the opening of the Ukrainian Culture Museum located at the Holy Ghost Ukrainian Catholic Church in Whitney Pier. We were entertained with traditional music and dance. On Saturday and Sunday, there was a workshop on songs, dance, a tour of the church as an architectural icon, and a lecture on 120 years of history and styles in Canada. The festival also hosted a benefit for Ukraine. I want to congratulate the Holy Ghost Ukrainian Catholic Church on a successful festival. Fun was had by all who attended. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, we can all attest to the importance of Labor Day in reminding us of workers' rights, the progress we have made, and the progress that still needs to come. I was happy to join the Annapolis Valley Labour Council this past September alongside the Kings North NDP for their annual Labor Day picnic. I want to thank Jim Morton and the rest of the Kings North team for welcoming me so warmly and introducing me to so many of the folks who came out in full force to support and celebrate workers. A barbecue, bouncy castles, a dunk tank, and live music. It was all there. As my caucus colleagues and I continue to fight for improvements to workers' rights, like paid sick days, the right to single-step union certification, and protection from theft of chips and gratuities, I'm happy to stand behind workers on the ground advocating from the front lines. Madam Speaker, I ask the House recognize the Annapolis Valley Labour Council for putting on such an informative and community-minded event and their dedication to improving workers' rights everywhere.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West joining us virtually.
Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize Brennan Norris for his outstanding support for our summer barbecue that I hosted this summer with Friends of Clayton Park Society. Brennan is the general manager of Domino's Pizza on Parkland Drive in Clayton Park West. When he learned of the plans for our community barbecue, he eagerly stepped up to donate pizzas for the event, as he has graciously done numerous times in the past. Brennan ensured that 50 pizzas were made and delivered for our event. When the crowds kept coming, he saw that supplies were running low. He made a second trip for another 25 pizzas. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to join me in thanking Brennan for his continued support and generosity that help events like ours be such a huge success. Thank you, Brennan.
There, back there. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate We Care Development Centre on 50 years of providing quality, accessible childcare in Halifax. On October 13th, it was a pleasure to attend the celebration of We Care's 50th by unveiling their new inclusive and accessible playground. We Care Developmental Centre has been an integral part of the North End community for 50 years. They serve the entire Halifax region, offering high-quality, inclusive, and accessible childcare for children of all abilities. I was thrilled to be a part of their 50th celebration, and their cake was extremely delicious. I would like all members of this House to join me in celebrating this milestone, and many thanks to the board and staff for all the amazing work that they do for all of the kids at the center. I know that this new playground will be a place where all children will play, learn, and grow for years to come.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Carol Oliver of Lucasville, who was named the Volunteer of the Year this year for the Wallace Lucas Community Center at this spring's Lake District Recreation Association Volunteer Recognition Dinner and Awards Ceremony. Carol was also recognized this year by the Halifax Regional Municipality for her years of volunteer service at their Volunteer Awards ceremony earlier this year. Carol has dedicated more than 25 years to volunteering in many different capacities, including on various boards and committees within the Lucasville area, such as the Lucasville Community Association. She has served as treasurer and could always be counted upon to donate her time and volunteer when no one else would step up to the plate. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity on behalf of our community to thank Carol for her dedication in making not only Lucasville but Sackville a better place to live. I wish her all the best in the future as she continues to volunteer. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On October the 21st, the Circle celebrated its 12th anniversary. And the Circle was created 12 years ago by a group of men who wanted a place to play music, but were very much amateurs. And it's a place where people can go and learn from each other and have a great time. And at the 12th anniversary, the members of the Circle, there's probably 18 now, presented Bob Finney with a plaque thanking him for the countless hours that he puts in setting up and getting ready for people to enjoy the festivities every Saturday night at Branch 83 Legion in Florence. So come on out and visit the Circle and have some fun. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge and celebrate the residents of 71 Primrose Street, a group of tenants who stood up to a mass run eviction and won. When the residents, many of whom are seniors on a fixed income, received notice that their new landlord was going to evict them for renovations, they understandably panicked. They knew there were a few available affordable rental units in the HRM, let alone in the community of Dartmouth North. And if they returned to their building after the renovations, their rents would have increased by almost $1,000. So With the help of Dalhousie Legal Aid and my office, they organized. They got together, learned their rights, prepared for their hearings, and made the case that there was no reason to leave their apartments during the renovations. And after the residents won their case, the landlord appealed, but then dropped it a day or two before the small claims court. This meant that the residents got to stay in their homes, where some of them have lived for over 15 years. The residents at 71 Primrose are a great example for tenants all through Nova Scotia and across the country, and I am proud to say that they still live in Dartmouth North.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Madam Speaker, I am proud to rise today to congratulate my friend Larry Anthony on his induction into the East Hants Sports Hall of Fame. Born and raised in Shubie, Larry is now a Truro resident who is known throughout the community for helping at the ball field and the rink in any way he could. He served as the longtime coach and general manager for the Shubie Eagles. When the Truro and District League ceased operations, Larry decided it would be a good time to take the talent, add a few players to it, and start the Truro Shubie Colonels franchise of the Nova Scotia Senior Hockey League. Larry was the driving force behind his team and league, acting as a bus driver, trainer, coach, and recruiter. Whatever was needed, it got done by Larry. He is also credited for bringing the Allen Cup tournament to Truro in 1998, where the Truro TSM Bearcats became the only the second team from Nova Scotia to win the Allen Cup to this day. Larry continues to encourage the folks with his enthusiasm, his integral part of our community recreation in the region with this commitment, dedication, and energy to make it happen. I'd like to congratulate Larry on this well-deserved recognition, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, in communities across the province, volunteer firefighters sacrifice so much every day to help their fellow citizens, and I'm always pleased to celebrate their tremendous efforts. It's an honor today to rise to recognize Alan Cook of the Middleton Volunteer Fire Department. Alan was honored at a recent fire department monthly meeting for an amazing 50 years of service as a volunteer firefighter. I ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating Alan Cook for his 50 years of exceptional service and in thanking him for all he does to make his community a safer place to live, work, and play. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North. South.
Well, Alan, Madam Speaker, I rise today to honour and acknowledge October as Mi'kmaq History Month here in Jabuktuk and all of Nova Scotia. This year's theme celebrated Mi'kmaq sports, traditional games, and pastimes. For generations, sports have been used to give teachings on how to hear, how to see, and how to move, focusing not only on the physicality of movement, but the cultural and spiritual connection to sport. For the entire month of October, there have been a number of events, Maui-Omis, and cultural teachings highlighting the influence the Mi'kmaq have had on activities still popular today. From hockey sticks made by Indigenous athletes being some of the most sought after in the early days of the sport, to the ongoing teachings and connection to culture offered in sports like dance, boxing, archery, and martial arts, to name a few, Mi'kmaq cultural connections to sport here in Nova Scotia have a strong and deep-rooted history. And at the close of Mi'kmaq Heritage Month, I ask all members of this House to join me in honoring these connections and the incredible contribution of the Mi'kmaq culture to all aspects of our province.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to the hardworking and dedicated volunteers who helped form and organize the West Side Community Picnic. This much-anticipated event was paused for a number of years, but was recently reborn with initiative from passionate community members. Despite being rescheduled due to Hurricane Fiona, it was held at the St. Therese Community Centre in Grand Desert with great success. The well-attended two-day event featured games of chance, lawn games, merchandise, bingo, live music, food, and many prizes. I ask that all members of the Assembly join me in congratulating the organizers and thanking the attendees for their participation and generous contributions. I'm pleased to share that over $8,000 was raised and will be used to revamp the playground area next to St. Anselm's Church in West Chesuncook to include preschool-friendly equipment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Lindsay and Charbel Mosi the new owners of White Sails Bakery and Deli in Tantallon. Regrettably, it is through personal tragedy that led the Mosees to this new business venture. In October of 2022, their lives turned upside down after the death of their beautiful 4-year-old daughter, Kennedy. Kennedy had a history of seizures and died suddenly and very unexpectedly. It was their daughter's love of baking that inspired them to approach the previous owners of White Sails Bakery to ask to purchase their business. Despite this family's unimaginable tragedy and in the wake of their own sadness and grieving, this incredibly hardworking family demonstrated the true meaning of community by coming together to feed the firefighters and first responders during the devastating wildfires that started in the Tantallon area on May 28th. The White Sails Bakery team jumped into action as a family and small business, collecting donations and financial support, managing volunteers, and bringing community together to prepare and deliver hundreds of home-cooked meals for firefighters and first responders working to put out the wildfires. I'd like the members of the Host Assembly to join me in thanking Lindsay and Charbel for their generosity, compassion, and many contributions to support our community.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. I'd like to draw attention to an outstanding public lecture that was delivered by Dr. Lachlan McKinnon at the Old Sydney Society on the 22nd of June. It was entitled Cape Breton Bolshevism, the Workers' Movement from J.B. McLaughlin to the 1981 Strike in Coal. And this was McKinnon's presentation of the 24th Annual J.B. McLaughlin Memorial Lecture last summer in Sydney. The lecture focused largely on the great coal strikes of 1923 and 1981, and on the independence and solidarity Cape Breton miners demonstrated in both of those strikes in their relationship with the UMW of A, making the case for a continuity of collectivist spirit that, in McKinnon's words, still exists in some form in post-industrial Cape Breton. This lecture was held in conjunction with an important Cape Breton University conference last summer entitled Deindustrialization and the Politics of Our Time. And the Old Sydney Society that evening was packed with both community members and with interested and captivated scholars from around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, numerous Nova Scotians possess the traits and skills that make them effective and motivated in helping others and volunteering their time. Elaine Russell has a passion for volunteering. She is currently a volunteer and coordinator at Shepherd's Lunch in New Glasgow, as well as a valuable member of their board. Elaine has been busy purchasing food and helping prepare all the meals for the past several years. She also volunteers her time and efforts to assist the food bank in New Glasgow. She's a passionate, reliable, energetic, and a team player. On behalf of our community, I would like to thank Elaine for accepting the challenge to help others in need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good job. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to wish a happy 50-plus years to the Ventures organization. The Ventures All-Girls Drum and Bugle Corps started in Kitchener-Waterloo in 1972. These days, it's a winter color guard, but no matter the iteration, the Ventures have provided important experiences for teenage girls for decades. The experiences I had over 4 years with them taught me skills that would stand me in good stead as an adult. Things like the importance of practice and persistence, how to fundraise, teamwork, and leadership. And I made lifelong friends in the Ventures, people I still see even though we live 1,000 miles away. And I still have fond memories of people like Peter and Louise Vanderkoff, Terry English, and Dave Parker, adults who gave up their spare time so a group of girls could compete and win internationally. The Ventures will celebrate more than a half-century of existence this coming weekend. I so wish I was going to be there with them, but I do hope they have the best weekend ever. Ladies, you deserve it.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The New Waterford Districts and Sports Heritage Hall of Fame's induction ceremony was on Monday, July 17, 2023. I had the privilege of being in attendance as 7 athletes and 2 teams were inducted, while a Special Achievement Award was presented during the ceremony. Brendan McDonald, Michael McDonald for powerlifting, David McDonald for basketball, Mel Gadd for hockey and baseball, Simon Chesson for basketball, Mary Moseychuk-Radu, field hockey, basketball, soccer, and softball were inducted as athletes. Richie Wilcox entered the Hall of Fame as an athlete and builder. The 1971-72 Brighton Education Center and the 1966-67 Mount Carmel soccer teams were inducted into the Hall of Fame, and the late Janet Morrison was recognized with a Special Achievement Award for her unwavering support of the Beck Bears and the Coal Bowl. Please join me in congratulating the 2023 Hall of Famers.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Darryl LeBlanc for being recognized with the Provincial Volunteer Award for the municipality of Argyle. Darryl began volunteering as a soccer and baseball coach for his children approximately 30 years ago and has continued from there. He has too many volunteer contributions to list them all, but to name a few, he's been involved with large events such as the 2017 Canadian Mixed Curling Championships and the Canadian National Over 35 Baseball Championships in 2006, 2009, and 2015. As well, Darryl is currently the president of Yarmouth Seafest, actively participates in the West Pumnico Improvement Society, and contributes to the Planning Advisory Committee for the municipality of Argyle, as well as 100 Guys That Care. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating Darryl on receiving the Provincial Volunteer Award and thank him for his dedication and tireless work for the betterment of our community. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to my place to recognize Kevin Morrison from Sydney, who many in the hockey world would know. Kevin has had a long, successful career in hockey, both in the World Hockey Association and the NHL, playing in well over 400 games in the World Hockey Association and over 40 games in the NHL. And Kevin's well known around the community. He's a great guy, he's a friend, and he does a lot to support the Lebanese community at home. But the reason why I'm getting on my feet is that it was talked about last week, which is an interesting milestone. It's a great one. Is that 45 years ago last week, Kevin assisted Wayne Gretzky on his first professional goal. Yeah, so I rise in my place to recognize Kevin for the guy that he is. He's a wonderful hockey player, wonderful guy in the community, but holds that privilege of being this only solo assist on Wayne Gretzky's first professional goal 45 years ago. So Kevin, congratulations. Thanks for everything you do in the community.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize a new small business, High Mart, on Spring Garden Road, which just happens to be 2 floors below my constituency office. My staff and I watched with a great deal of curiosity as they set up shop, and it has since exceeded expectations. The first High Mart location opened in June 2020 in Charlottetown, when entrepreneur Khalid Chima noticed that international students and new islanders often could not find familiar groceries from back home. He took the opportunity to open High Mart, which is still going strong, and has seen enough success to open another location right here in Halifax Citadel, Sable Island. They have everything from groceries to treats to games to novelties, and it's easy to lose track of time while browsing. You can even order online. Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues in the House join me in welcoming High Mart to Nova Scotia and recognize their effort to bring familiar products to anyone looking for a taste of home.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate a young racer on the beginning of a great racing career. Bristol Matthews of 9 Mile River started racing only 2 years ago. She competed in the Maritime Auto Glass Beginners Bandolero Division on June 23rd during FanFest night at Scotia Speed World, where she picked up her first checkered flag. Madam Speaker, Bristol is already making a name for herself in her early racing career, and it was a joy to watch her for the rest of the season as she finished #1 in her division. Congratulations, Bristol, and keep up the good work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Southwestern Days is one of the best festivals in all of Nova Scotia. It takes a lot of volunteers, a lot of time and energy to pull it off. A huge thank you to all the volunteers. This year, some very special people received the Sambro Community Spirit Award. Helen Gray, Jackie and Doug Garrison, and Jim Duthie all received the Community Spirit Award, with Patty Gray receiving the Long-Term Service Award. Congratulations to all those truly special Nova Scotians. We are all so proud of you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, I rise to bring recognition to Dr. Brian Ferguson, medical doctor, who passed away peacefully on October 26, 2023. Born in Cleveland, the son of late Murdoch and Muriel Ferguson, he was the second eldest of his siblings. Brian will be dearly missed and vividly remembered for his commitment as a husband, father, grandfather, doctor, coach, and community philanthropist. The Doc, a self-proclaimed nickname, was a passionate family and emergency room doctor in Amherst for over 37 years after moving from Halifax in 1986 to open a practice with his dear wife and true love, Selina. Brian had countless medical achievements, including boldly establishing the Level 2 Emergency Department at the Cumberland Regional Healthcare Centre with Dr. Chris Biankowski in 2002. He continued to ardently advocate for its status as such. Brian was especially honored to be named Nova Scotia's Rural Physician of the Year in 2014 as he viewed himself a blue-collar doctor. Madam Speaker, I could go on, but due to the time constraints, I will just say, rest easy, kid, rest easy. Your work here on earth is done.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, since 2003, the Northern Lights Lantern Festival has been the premier summer festival in the north end of Halifax. This year, they celebrated their 20th anniversary. The festival is held at Merv Sullivan Park, we call it the Pit in the north end, on Novalee Drive, Halifax, and features a free community barbecue, live music, face painting, bouncy castles, children's games, lantern making, and a parade of lanterns with all the kids, ending the night off with a fireworks extravaganza. The festival promotes inclusion, welcoming all to a fun, safe afternoon and evening event. The mission of the festival is to celebrate the vibrancy and diversity of Halifax's North End through a free, inclusive community festival where everyone is welcome. Every year, my family looks forward to going, and still year after year, hands down, they have the best fireworks show in Halifax. So I'd like all members to join me celebrating 20 years of the Northern Lights Lantern Festival and wish them many more to come.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Rose Fitzgerald of Guysborough on her retirement from Rose's Garden of Gifts. Rose was in the flower business for more than 30 years. She learned the craft of flower design early in her career by working with a mentor who helped her bring out even more of her creative ideas. She has designed bouquets and arrangements for weddings, funerals, birthdays, and any occasion you can think of. For several years, she even operated part of her shop as a Sears outlet, and every fall, she was the Wish Book pickup location. Who doesn't love the Wish Book, Madam Speaker? Her shop has also been a spot where local crafters have been able to sell their wares on consignment, and she even has a small new-to-you clothing section in her store. Rose's husband, Gerald, or Bob, was known to help with deliveries around town. The Premier and I visited her in June and presented her with a certificate of congratulations. Madam Speaker, please join me in thanking Rose for her service to the community and wishing her and Gerald all the best in retirement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to shed a spotlight on an extraordinary community volunteer. Betsy Bailey, a registered nurse by profession and a mother of 3 and grandmother of 6, has been the leader of the King's Kikima Grannies since 2008. Inspired by the 2007 documentary on the Wakefield Grannies near Ottawa, the King's Kikima Grannies began from a desire to help grandmothers in Africa who were raising their grandchildren orphaned after losing parents to HIV/AIDS. To support a group of 30 grandmothers in Kikima, Kenya, Betsy has organized fundraising events and garnered support from other community organizations for special projects such as water tanks and HIV/AIDS education workshops. For 15 years, the Grannies have been able to send money for food, school fees, and uniforms. Alone, this project might have seemed impossible, but with Betsy organizing a community, lives have been changed. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in recognizing and thanking the selfless efforts and leadership of Betsy Bailey and the King's Kikima Grannies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, there isn't anyone who lives in the public housing community of Demetrius Lane in Dartmouth North who doesn't know the name Josephine Downey. Josephine is a revered community member and leader within Demetrius Lane and has been called the matriarch of the tight-knit community. She was a founding member of the Demetrius Lane Tenants Association, and she is president of that organization. The Demetrius Lane Tenants Association has run a food bank, community garden, library, and provides programming to residents. They've held community cleanups, barbecues, school supplies, and backpack giveaways, holiday parties, and haunted houses. Josephine is a fierce advocate for and protector of her beloved community, and I ask the House to join me in thanking Josephine Downey for all she has done for the residents of Demetrius Lane.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honour 90-year-old Birchall Fulmore of Economy. Birchall continues to be a very active member of our community, whether it be church work or his 40 years of fire service. In 2012, Birchall received the Fire Services Exemplary Service Medal. Madam Speaker, early in his life, Birchall developed a passion for cars. He traveled to car shows all over Canada and the United States and began restoring vehicles to their original Chevrolet glory. One of those vehicles, Madam Speaker, Birchall's father was a local storekeeper, and he had an older Chevrolet panel van, and he restored it fully. He used to take the local friends to school long before he was old enough to drive in the back of this panel van, and they sat on milk crates. And so my mother was one of those, and it's restored to its original quality today. Madam Speaker, on behalf of our community, I want to thank and celebrate Birchall for his community involvement and his friendship to the many citizens along our shore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the more than 550 graduates from 19 different countries who received their degrees last weekend during Mount St. Vincent University's Fall 2023 convocation. These graduates crossed the stage to join a global network of Mount alumni that boasts more than 39,000 strong over the last 150 years. It's important to acknowledge that these graduates achieved their degrees despite the challenges posed by pandemic restrictions and changes. Their perseverance and resilience in the face of adversity are commendable. I'd like to echo Mount President Dr. Joelle Dixon's comments to the graduating class. Never live within the limits that others have imposed on you or that you have imposed on yourself, because I guarantee you that you don't know how far you will go. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in congratulating these graduates, especially the member from Hammonds Plains Lucasville, and in commending Mount St. Vincent University for its continued dedication to excellence in education and its commitment to inspiring and empowering future generations. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South. No? Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Adam Colbert, a determined, hardworking, successful St. Mary's University Commerce student from Bridgewater, who is a role model to young people in our community. Adam, a 2019 graduate of Parkview Education Centre, has been officiating hockey since 2016. He was one of 6 recipients, the only Atlantic Canadian, to receive a $4,000 Kenneth R. Stiles Memorial Scholarship for the 22-23 hockey season for his achievements, both as an official and a university student. Adam has long balanced his extracurricular and academic endeavours. He is a former Barracudas swim team coach and competed in the 2019 Marine Advanced Technology Education International ROV competition in Tennessee as part of the South Shore Robotics team. He's no stranger to academic achievement, having a 95% average when he graduated from high school, and he is maintaining top marks at St. Mary's University. I ask the House to join me in congratulating Adam for all of his achievements and proudly representing the South Shore of Nova Scotia in all of his endeavours. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member from Clayton Park West joining us virtually.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to thank a constituent of mine for his continued support and generosity with our annual summer barbecue I hosted along with Friends of Clayton Park Society. Rick Fleming is the superintendent of the apartment building at 319 Langray Drive, which neighbors the space we utilize for our event. When my office called Rick regarding the event, he eagerly offered to clear the parking lot for us to utilize the space for the event. He provided power source, and he also made the apartment building washrooms accessible for our event. Rick went as far as putting up signs for the public to find their way to the washrooms. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to please join me in thanking Rick, as well as the property owner, Jamil Haj, for their support and generosity. I look forward to their help with next year's community barbecue. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Woodland Owner of the Year Awards recognizes private landowners for outstanding stewardship of their woodlands and excellence in forestry techniques on private land. This year's recipient is Dr. Beau Blois of Old Barns, alongside his wife Laura and their children. Their 1,226-hectare property is maintained in an environmentally responsible, socially beneficial, and economically viable way, allowing them to be Forest Stewardship Council certified. Named Round Barn Farm, their property provides habitat for a variety of wildlife and plants, trails for outdoor recreation, and includes a Black Angus beef farm. Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate Dr. Beau Blois and his family on being named 2023 Woodland Owner of the Year. Thank him for being stewards of the community and our natural resources. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Madam Speaker, I stand here today. I had the privilege last night to attend a Turkish Nova Scotian Society for the 100 years of successful for the for the Turkic community in our province. I would like to ask the House to join me to celebrate for the Turkish Nova Scotia community to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Turkish Republic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Laura Eamon of Lower Sackville. In May of 2023, Laura graduated summa cum laude from St. Mary's University with a Bachelor of Commerce degree. Laura received many awards and recognition, such as the Elaine Leventhal Bursary, the Essex HRC Explore Undergraduate Summer Research Award, the Handyside Ethical and Social Responsibility Award, and the Frank H. Sobey Award for Excellence in Business Studies. She was also selected to participate in the Daughters of the Vote, Canadian Conservation Corps, and Ocean Wise. Laura was chosen as this year's valedictorian, having the privilege of addressing her fellow classmates during the graduation ceremony. Madam Speaker, I would ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me today in congratulating Laura on her many accomplishments and wish her the very best in her future endeavors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize and thank the members of the Sandy Lake Sackville River Regional Park Coalition. As members arrived at the legislature today, some of you may have noticed a Save Sandy Lake sign just outside of the front gate here. We're seeing them pop up around Bedford and I'm sure other areas as well. The Regional Park Coalition is an alliance of 30 organizations dedicated to the preservation and protection of 2,800 acres of wildlife and aquatic habitat surrounding the Sandy Lake Sackville River area. In my community of Bedford South, there is a delicate balance that needs to be struck between meeting the needs of our ongoing housing crisis and protecting the few remaining green spaces we have. I want to extend a sincere thank you to the volunteers and member organizations of the Sandy Lake Sackville River Regional Park Coalition as they continue their work and advocacy to protect a truly wonderful part of nature in our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River, Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I would like to recognize a passionate Beaverbank resident, Nadine Erica Gillis, and her not-for-profit, Erica's Place. Erica's Place aims to provide support group sessions for women healing following domestic violence and abuse. Nadine launched her first 6-week group session in May and continues to provide and support and advocate for women who are recovering. Madam Speaker, please help me recognize Nadine for the incredible work she is doing in our community and our not-for-profit Erica's Place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Today I have the privilege of recognizing Callum Baxter from Hammonds Plains, who at 15 years old raced in the F1600 class during the Formula One Showcase weekend at the circuit Gilles Villeneuve at the Canadian Grand Prix in Montreal earlier this year. Baxter, who races for the Britain West team out of Brantford, Ontario, opened his Formula season in May at Circuit Mont-Tremblant and finished on the podium in all 3 of his races. He then moved on to Shannonville Motorsport Park. He entered the Grand Prix with a healthy dose of momentum and confidence and perspective. Madam Speaker, Callum won all 3 of his races at the Grand Prix to secure the championship. He had a great season, finishing on the podium in all 11 of his races with 6 wins. Last December, Baxter was also on Canada's karting team at the RMC Grand Finals in Bahrain in the Middle East. It was his first senior karting race, Madam Speaker. He finished 11th and helped Canada to a bronze medal finish. And I would refer back to his time in Montreal. He was the only member of the circuit who also had to finish his graduation exams and race that weekend. Congratulations, Callum, and all the best.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I would like to recognize a longtime member of the Ilmadam Volunteer Fire Department. Lloyd Pettypaw joined the department in August of 1977, and after 45 years is still serving the community of Ilmadam. Lloyd is married to Anne, and they have raised 2 wonderful daughters, Nadine and Holly. Lloyd has also worked at Clearwater Seafoods for 37 years. During his time with the Ilmadam Volunteer Fire Department, Lloyd became a Level 1 firefighter and is highly trained in self-contained breathing apparatuses. He is very dependable and is there to assist in any way he can. Lloyd is always willing to help train any new members who join the department, and he is such a respected and valuable member. Lloyd has held the rank of captain for more than 20 years. On behalf of your fellow firefighters and the community members, I would like to thank Lloyd for his many years of dedicated service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise in the legislature to honour a big loss in our community, that of Glenn Carvery. I'd like to express my sympathy to Glenn's family and friends who are mourning his sudden passing. His loss has left an impact on those who knew him, as well as the greater Dartmouth community. Glenn, who served as the president of Carvery Construction Limited, was a very well-respected businessman in our community and served as an inspiration for others to follow in his footsteps. He was a person that knew how to make you smile and laugh. He was always very positive, a true optimist, Madam Speaker. I always enjoyed chatting with him at the Penhorn Good Life Gym every morning. Madam Speaker, I ask the members of this legislature to please join me in passing along our condolences to the family and friends of Glenn Carvery. He will be missed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Miranda Rose Pike, owner of Little Princess Parties and resident of Goodwood. Miranda began her princess journey at the pediatrics wing at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, where it was a tradition to visit children on holidays. In 2013, Miranda visited the hospital dressed as a princess, and that started a magical journey and the beginning of a new business. Miranda threw herself into learning all about business, performance, event managing, sewing, costume design, makeup certifications, and so much more to create what is now the Little Princess Parties. Miranda's company is a talented, award-winning performers dressed in elaborate costumes are authentic to their character. They perform at birthdays, private events, public events, corporate parties, holiday festivities, fundraisers, and charity events. The performers also visit hospitals, seniors' homes, and make surprise visits. The Princess Hero, or fairy tale character, is designed to inspire young minds to create and embrace their own hidden magic and bring a positive message, to instill the belief that young people have the potential to be anything they want to be. In addition to performers, the Little Princess Parties offers face painting services. Miranda and her team were a huge success, and my Heritage Day annual skating event and had a steady lineup of children eager to have their face painted. I'd like the members of the host assembly to join me in congratulating Miranda for her creativity, entrepreneurial spirit, and success in starting up a unique business that brings happiness and joy to celebrations and events. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Miss Eliza Brooks from East Preston, Nova Scotia, who celebrated her 104th birthday on May 12, 2023. Eliza has been a staple in her community of East Preston all her life. Ms. Brooks continues to maintain her apartment and is actively involved in her seniors group and the church that she so faithfully attends. In August, she was recognized by the African United Baptist Association of Nova Scotia with a life-size poster at their annual conference. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to please join me in wishing Miss Eliza Brooks a happy 104th year, and we wish blessings, good health, and lots of happiness for her 105th year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank Leo's Pizza in Bedford for stepping up during the wildfires to provide food to our frontline fire crews who are battling the wildfires. Even though Leo's Pizza is on Bedford Highway and therefore not all that close to the fires, the team there stepped up to provide nourishment for the folks who are right in the thick of the action. And following the flooding in Bedford, they opened up the shop for anyone who needed to use the facilities, grab some water, charge their phone. Leo's was there. They also provided food for our Bedford Days Rouge et Blanc event. Not only do they make great pizza, turns out they also make a great community. Thank you to the team at Leo's Pizza in Bedford.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate all of the winners of the Eastern Passage Cow Bay Summer Carnival Photography Contest. The adult category winners were in first place, Ashley Thibault with A Little Piece of Home. Second place was Kelly Henneberry with Christmas in the Passage. And third place was Stephanie Watson with Cow Bay Road Sunrise. Our youth category winners were first place, Logan McFadden with Sunset at the Beach. Second place was Leaf King with Passage Sunset. And third place was Blake Hurd with Marley. This contest is a wonderful way to link all of the residents of all ages to our community. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in congratulating Ashley Thibault, Kelly Henneberry, Stephanie Watson, Logan McFadden, Leaf King, and Blake Hurd for sharing your artistic abilities and for demonstrating your community pride. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I'd like to take a moment to recognize a hardworking young entrepreneur, George Sayoud of Now We're Convenient in Herring Cove. George owns and runs the local corner store. The moment you walk in, you are greeted with a smile and a warm conversation. George is always available to give back to the community and serve some of the best ice cream you will ever have. Thank you, George, for always being so welcoming, and I wish you a lifetime of success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize Addison White. Addison is proud to live in Glen Margaret, and is lovingly known as Glender the Bender. A grade 8 student at a private hockey school in Tantallon called Summit Academy, Addison is a very dedicated student with 90% average, but the true passion is ice hockey. Addison recently represented our province with the U14 team at the Atlantic Challenge Cup, and they won gold. Addison is a major team contributor, a lead as one of the captains, and even scored with 46 seconds left in the final game to put them in overtime. Addison also received the Hard Hat Award for Leadership and Excellence. Last year, Addison was the only girl on the U13 AAA TASA boys team and loves every second of breaking barriers. This year, Addison is on the Metro West Force U15 AAA, otherwise known as Citadels, as a rookie, but still an assistant captain. Congratulations, Addison. Chester St. Margaret's is proud. Keep breaking those ceilings and keep that passion.
There you go. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to extend my warmest congratulations to all the volunteers and vendors who have achieved an impressive third-year milestone at the Fairview Clayton Park Farmers Market. In this short span of time, they have not only established a remarkable tradition, but also nurtured a dynamic space where the community thrives. This market has enriched the lives of both residents and visitors, fostering a sense of togetherness and the vibrant exchange of locally sourced and locally made products. The passion and hard work invested in this endeavor serve as a shining example of the positive impact that can be achieved through collective efforts. They have not only built a marketplace, but also a nurturing environment for local growers and artisans, promoting the values of sustainability and community that we hold dear. Madam Speaker, the achievement of this third-year milestone is a testament to the spirit of unity and dedication that defines our community. I ask all members of this House to join me in celebrating this outstanding achievement and express our gratitude to the volunteers and vendors who have made it possible. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to honor an outstanding woman in our community. Leanne Miles of Windsor is someone residents of Hants West can count on. Anytime our office has turned to Leanne for help or advice, she is always ready to assist. She is inclusive, non-judgmental, radiates positivity, and has the biggest heart. She is known to make things happen for many. Leanne helps start Women Wine Wednesday and sponsors monthly event at the Spitfire Arms Alehouse in Windsor. The Facebook and in-person group has grown to over 400 members and counting. Their purpose is to provide an easy way for women in our community to connect and network with other women in the area. Madam Speaker, I think it goes without saying that Leanne deserves recognition for all she does to support other women, and thank her for being a pillar to us and a friend to many. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. We will now call upon the Government House Leader. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that on Tuesday, October 31st, the time of adjournment be not 5:30 but 11:59 p.m. Wednesday, November 1st, be not 5:30 p.m. but 11:59 p.m. And Thursday, November 2nd, be not 5:30 but 11:59 p.m.
There's been a request. Thank you. There's been a request for a recorded vote. We will ring the bells until the whips are satisfied. Thank you. Order. Order, please. The clerk will now conduct a recorded vote.
How we vote?
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton. Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross. Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek. Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
We.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab.
No.
Keith Irving.
No.
Brenda McGuire.
Nope.
Derek Mombercat.
Nope.
Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan.
No.
Ian Rankin.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa LaChance.
No.
Rafa Di Costanzo.
No.
Tony Ince.
No.
Laura Lee Nickel.
No.
Ben Jessam.
No.
Braden Clark.
No.
Ali Duale.
No.
Carmen Kerr.
No.
Ronnie LeBlanc. Fred Tilley. Elizabeth Smith McCrossin.
No.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 26, nays 20.
The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself in the Committee of Whole House on Bills.
We will now move into Committee on House of Bills, and we will recess just for a few moments while we set up.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Would you please call Bill number 329, Halifax Regional Municipality Charter and the Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipal Act and Act to amend.
Bill 329, Halifax Regional Municipal Charter amended and Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act amended. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 329 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on October 17th, 2023, without amendments, and contains 22 clauses, and has already been the subject of debate here at this Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Is there further debate on Clause 1? I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today to speak Bill 329. This bill, it's a very important bill, and I really believe it's worthwhile to speak and to break down this bill and what it stands for. I know for the fact we do have housing crisis, and we need to build more houses for our province and our city. But that could not be the expense of our democratic purpose. That will not be the expenses of collaboration and working together. That will not be the expenses of taking a route that we have no idea where this will take us. I really believe this bill is very important for our communities, our province, and our cities. Though sometimes I feel we lose the sight and the purpose why we are here and why we're given this privilege to create laws and policies and procedures. And I'm very disappointed to see sometimes the path that we take, how we take a leadership. Sometimes I feel the idea of divide and conquer is always in the agenda, us and to them. And you can see also the introduction of this bill is a testimony of divide and conquer. Those who live in HRM and the rest of the province. And I really believe it's a very dangerous road to take our communities. And I remind those of us who are here to be mindful the path and what we are setting up for the next generation. There is no us and them, we, people of this province, together. The housing crisis doesn't take place only HRM. It takes place the entire province, one corner to the other corner. And I really believe if this bill is pertaining the best interest of this province, should be taking place the entire province, and not only HRM. And that's why I believe the idea of conquer, divide and conquer is the vision and the leadership of those who are behind this bill. And it's very sad to see we're taking that path. Secondly, it's a very interesting, this deliberate action that are pertaining specifically HRM. It's not the first one, where I remember here speaking a similar bill at the last House session, Bill 225, HRM bylaw for noise. And It was exactly the same principle. It was exactly same idea. And I wonder what will be the next House session? What's coming next? Because we already see the path and the actions of this government, specifically pertaining HRM. And also, we're setting up a very dangerous path of corruption and lack of accountability. The citizen of HRM elected 16 city councils. There is a department that dedicated for nothing but development, has the best engineers. It has been created policies and procedures that advance the well-being of the citizens of HRM. And to ignore all those people and all those resources and to say, you know what? We have one person who's smarter than you who can make these decisions. And funny things also, to say, don't ask any question. How dare this possible? The entire institution is being dismantled. And to say there is only one person who could do this. I have a great respect for the minister and his ability, but I can assure, as far as I know, the minister will not have the ability of all those institutions himself alone. And quite honest, I said this before, for the last session, when I speak Bill 225, I'm okay with to trust the minister. But I really, really like to ask the question, if that is the case, we need to dismantle all our institutions and trust the ministers and the premier and to say kumbaya, whatever you decided. That is our vision. And I really believe our institutions, our check and balances and our rule of laws was created not because we are dishonest each other. It was created because it's safe. It was created to protect those who hold those positions. It was created to fairness and each one of us to believe this system is what safeguards for us. So I'm really, really disappointed to see this is happening in our province. I have an article here in front of me. We know and we have seen what took place in Ontario. And do we really need to take that path? Do we need really to call RCMP for our premier and to be questioning his decisions? Do we need RCMP to question the minister and his decisions? I really believe we don't need that. We need to protect our premier and we need to protect our ministers. And the only way we can do is to keep those safeguards that will protect to do their jobs. It may feel good. It may feel good, you know, if you are a minister to be given the power, you could do whatever you want. But we know that power corrupts. We know that. That is the fact. I really believe in this House we have a chance. The bill was not passed yet, and that's why we're having this debate. And also, those of you are wondering, why do I need to speak this bill? This is the reason we're being elected. This is the only reason that we can make accountable each other. This is the only place that we can question each other. And because of that reason, all of you, remind you, what's happening here tonight is the right things to do it. It's the right things to do it for our communities. It's the right things to do it for our people. And I really believe it's the right things to protect our democratic purpose and rule of law. Sometimes, you know, this space, being here in a very short time, a lot of things take place, but also a lot of good things take place here. And I really believe we need to put our head together and listen to each other. When people are asking questions, bills that are affecting our people's life, when we challenge each other, when we question each other, I really believe it's the best interest of all of us. And that's the reason that we are elected. This bill, I remember in this fall, as a member of the Liberal Caucus, we visit in Cape Breton. And we met the members of the City Council of Cape Breton. And it's a natural thing when people are completely two different space and have a two different agenda to disagree. But that meeting, there was one thing I take away, and it was the testimony of the people that I met that really, really bothered me a lot. And I don't have all the facts, but I can say through their own testimony, and elected officials who are responsible for their communities felt how this government respected and honored to the point people were not even able to get correspondence, phone calls, emails, to the point people were not able even to get an answer, whether yes or no. And I just ask myself, if these people that are being elected in their communities being treated this way, how the ordinary citizens will be treated? How those individuals will be looked? And I really believe we need to be mindful how we treat other people, irrespective of what position, what title that we hold. Because in humanity, there is a basic principles which I really believe each one of us would like to be treated the way we want to be treated. We like to be treated, respected, and to be honored. This bill, Bill 329, is setting up a new path for our province and our cities. And I really believe if the province want to take the ownership of the housing crisis, it doesn't need that much brain. The province has the lands and has the money. If you believe this, show your money. If you really believe and you want to take care for people of this province, show me the check. It's easy to blame other people. It's easy to criticize other people. It's easy to say they didn't do it, they're not doing it. Right. But I'm asking the question, show me. Show me. Yeah, we were here, we saw the housing plan just 2 weeks ago. If you read and you look, it's not taking you anywhere. It's not taking you anywhere. And I really believe we need to be honest to each other. It's easy to give people self-service. It's easy to manipulate ideas. It's easy to blame other people. But at the end of the day, it's not us who are suffering. Just 2 blocks outside of this building, this rainy day, there is a citizens of Nova Scotia who are outside. And they were not here yesterday. They've been here last 5 months. And they're waiting for us to shelter and to take care of them. We can do better than this. We could do better than this. I would like to remind members of this House, the housing crisis is real in Nova Scotia. It's happening in every corner of this province. It's happening in front of our eyes. I do have my personal stories. I was scheduled to attend an event last month, and I find out I was ahead of my time an hour, and I decided to stop by one of the park in my constituency. And as I parked my car, there was a small U-Haul pickup truck parking where I was parked. And as I sit in my car having a cup of coffee, the back door rolled, and it was open. And it just clicked my mind. And as I wonder, a senior person come out the truck. And that was a surprise to me. As I was wondering, I decided to see this person and to talk. And I did approach, I greet myself, and as I come close to, inside that truck, it was a living space. It was a full house. There was a mattress, there was a belonging, and this person was a senior. And that hit my heart. I did my best to be a human being. I did engage and talk to her. And she explained her situation and her condition. And she told me she was not able to afford her space. She is a senior and she's been waiting for housing. She said I was lucky enough, I was offered a place, but she said I was not able to stay where I was because I was not able to pay the rent. So I decided, instead of sleeping in the streets, to rent this truck until my next place will be available. And she said, I spent every penny that I have to rent this truck, and I don't know what's next for me. And I just wonder myself, this person is a senior, member of this province, who work tireless to make contribution for this society. Here she is, old age, not able to work anymore, yet don't have enough financial to look after herself, and spent every penny that she had to shelter herself in the middle of the road. I was lucky enough, that day was Sunday. Day before, which was Saturday, I had my community barbecue. And I remember I had a $100 gift card from Walmart that was sitting in my desk. And I feel so blessed. The time, the person, and the condition that I come across, and being lucky enough that I can offer something for her. I went to my car, I give the gift card, and she hugged me like I was her baby. That day, it's one of those things, being this land, that I will never forget. And I really believe, shame of us, if our seniors, those who raised us, those who built this land, we treat that way at the end of their life, what that will be. I feel shame to see the wealth and the beauty of this province we allow our people to suffer. And not to care and not to worry about, but to chase each other, our political gain, and to blame each other who did what. I'm sure each one of you who are here, each one of us who are here today, your own writing, your own constituents, you know somebody. You come across somebody that is suffering, that who are needy, let's make this province a better place to live. Let's look the horizon. Let's ask a question each other. Does this bill help or hinder our province? Let's look each other and take one more step to make this bill 329, a better bill for our province. Let's be mindful. The members of oppositions, their amendment and their request is the right things to ask. It's the best interest of this bill. Let's acknowledge each other. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So here we are again. Here we are again. I'm going to speak to this bill because, you know, we know that it's been concerning from the start. And I think this is a pattern here when we bring legislation forward that doesn't have an equitable lens and isn't inclusive of all Nova Scotians. So what we see is that it allows a province to unilaterally steamroll HRM. And I mean, I'm not a counselor, and I know that their job is extremely challenging, like our own job. But I mean, they often develop their bylaws in close consultation with the communities that they serve across this province. And so the government has said that the intention of this bill is to speed up development, build faster. It sounds like a broken record, because this is what they've said about Bill 225 that we passed last year around this time. And I'm just curious, and we haven't had any answers to that as well. What has happened in a year? I mean, the data doesn't show any new builds that people are actually turnkey, going inside, living. You know, we have high rates of homelessness. People are being evicted every day. And so, you know, I really am very concerned about, you know, the intention of this bill and how it affects HRM. I mean, specifically as an HRM MLA, I'm very, very concerned about that. We know that, you know, it sounds like the real impetus to this bill is to consolidate control. And what does that mean? When someone has complete control, it means they should be responsible for all of the things that are happening. And within a year of the complete control of the previous bill, I haven't seen very much action on that. So this is why our caucus has opposed this bill at every stage. This is also why Black communities in HRM and across the province have been greatly alarmed by the speedy progress of this bill, by the speedy progress of all the bills that we put forward that are not designed with an equitable lens, that we do not look at it from the point of view of all Nova Scotians. So this bill with no safeguards for communities like Lucasville, like Beachville, like East Preston, Lake Loon, North Preston, Birchtown, all of these rural areas in which consultation is consistently done when municipalities have these conversations and they're looked at from that point of view. This is very concerning when we put bills forward that have no equitable lens. So we know that these communities, the Black communities in which I'm talking about, experience great pressure from developers who have been engaged in careful community-based planning, because we spoke to this in our last bill when we said, there's a lot of encroachment happening on these communities' land. There is expropriation happening on these Black communities' lands, that now we have a land titles initiative to give folks back their land that is rightfully theirs because it's been encroached upon decades, centuries, over time, and we are continuing to allow this happen. And by this bill, it's concerning. So when people have come to law amendments, when we hear from people and we're listening to our communities, these are the words that they're saying because they're concerned about their own well-being and their own concern for their communities that we see consistently are being encroached upon. So in the previous bill a year ago, the African Nova Scotian Decade for People of African Descent Coalition wrote an open letter with their concerns and specifics to be put into a bill so that we know, because when it's legislated, it's law, so that we know that these things won't happen. They asked for mandatory consultation with the African Nova Scotian communities, an advisory board of African Nova Scotian members from all HRM historic African Nova Scotian communities when any application for deeds or development is proposed in all historic African Nova Scotian communities. So I can tell you that I've looked at the bill and I've read line by line. I've kind of went back and forth on the bill that was proposed and the bill previous, and it doesn't say any of that. It actually has no indication of safeguards for African Nova Scotian communities. So, to their credit, in the previous bill, they did make a change to the bill. It was a knee-jerk reaction because, they had to do something and it had to be done. But this bill doesn't actually do anything. It doesn't have any wording in it at all. So it will override that particular bill before that, which in turn, pretty much it doesn't acknowledge anything that was just fought for in the previous bill. So, which will override and overrule that previous bill. So, historic African Nova Scotian communities are very concerned that this could nullify the hard work of listening and consulting. We need a government. We should be that government that respects community voices and not steamrolls them, because that's what we see. I mean, it's one thing for us to have debate and go back and forth and talk about our concerns and how we feel, because we are representatives of our riding. But it's another thing to completely disregard and disrespect the people that are doing the work on the ground and not even include anything that they say in the work that we do. So, we need a government that respects community consultation and the democratic process. So we heard many times that, the democratic process is what we see here in this legislature over the past. I mean, I've only been sitting for 2 years, and I'm kind of like, when are we going to collaborate? Like, when are we going to talk about bills? Like, I mean, I don't know. I would like to think that we can have input and things can be done, but it's like, it's really like disheartening, because I mentioned in my previous talk when I stood up here on Friday, and I was like, I didn't even get a heads up. Like, I'm getting calls about what's going on with Bill 329 and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I have no idea. I didn't get a call. I'm an MLA, but I don't know. So for me, it's really like, when are we going to start acting like colleagues and like co-workers here? Because for me, I mean, in order for me to help you do your work and get work done properly, we should be working collectively. So let's consider something here. I just kind of want to say, this because I need this to be known. And I may sound like a broken record, but apparently this is what's happening. We're getting the scratches all the time because it seems to be going back around. I feel like I'm a DJ going back around to the same attitude and behavior that is not productive and actually distrustful and disrespectful. So I want to say, In order to build diversity within this House, we need to be equitable and inclusive. Equity is what we need to get people in this door, and inclusion is what keeps them. Equity removes those barriers, while inclusion fosters safety and belonging. You have to start with equity and inclusion for diversity to be sustainable. I say this because every bill that has been put forward by this government has not been examined by an equitable lens. I will stand up here every single time a bill gets put up here when we don't examine it in a way that is equitable and inclusive to all Nova Scotians. Nova Scotians are not made with one brush. We have a number of people in our province that are here because they love being here, are here because they were raised here. Like, we need to start thinking about that when we sit here and design legislation that is supposed to be for all Nova Scotians. So, furthermore, if equity and inclusion are the drivers for diversity, I gotta say it, because whenever I feel like when we're here, I'm like, this is a really good opportunity for us to do great work. If equity and inclusion are the drivers for diversity, then it's crucial for us to recognize and speak to our differences in order to do that work well. So it might be uncomfortable, and I know sometimes when you see me stand up, you go, oh, here we go. Susie's gonna say something. I'm gonna say something. It might go against everything we've learned, because sometimes we have to unlearn the bad behaviors that we've learned previously. We have to change. We have to do things differently. So getting back to the bill, how does this play out in the actions of this government when you put forward bills that are structurally discriminatory? With no consult or regard to the African Nova Scotian communities. I also have to say that, once again, we see a government who puts forward pieces of legislation that speaks to just this issue, discrimination and anti-Black racism. No one, and I said this last time, I can't understand why no one on that side of the government is even thinking about, you know what, how's that going to affect the African Nova Scotia community? How's it going to affect the Indigenous community? How's it going to affect, our Indian community? How's it going to affect, like, no one is thinking of these things. And maybe you are, you're just not saying it. I just got to say that. So once again, we see this happening, and it's very, very troubling. No one thought this was a bad idea. And the fact that we, again, continue to have bills like this on this table is very disturbing and disrespectful and discriminatory. So when this government was proud, and I'll say it again, of the Dismantling Racism and Hate Act, I would kindly suggest that we should take this information in, because it's not a good look for this government when you don't practice what you preach. We have a government that says, oh, we got a piece of legislation here, first of its kind. I said this last, I feel like I'm a broken record again. First of its kind. And yet we see bills that are being discriminatory against African Nova Scotia communities. So in the Act, it is recognized that marginalized and racialized individuals and communities in Nova Scotia experience harmful and unjustifiable inequities and disparities because of systemic hate, inequity, and racism. And systemic hate, inequity, and racism is often caused by government and public body policies, practices, and procedures that appear neutral but have an effect of what? Disadvantaging marginalized and racialized groups, and can be perpetuated by a failure to identify, monitor, and correct those disparities and the inequities, which is in front of us today again. Again. We didn't learn from the first time. We back here again, talking about inequities and disparities of African Nova Scotian communities. So the government states that in this act, which is the previous act, that eliminating systemic hate, inequity, and racism and advancing racial equity supports the economic success and well-being of society, and everyone benefits when individuals and communities are no longer marginalized. We all need to truly believe that this is what we believe in. Like, when we see pieces of legislation that once again completely disregard groups of people and communities, it is very, very troubling, especially when, we think of what the effects could be. We've had letters from community. We've heard from HRM counselors. We've heard from people on the ground. I know for a fact, a number of the MLAs on the government side have received emails, especially CC'd from my office, that have said just that. And yet we received amendments, and the amendments aren't even touching what we've heard and what we've seen. So I'm not going to go into all this other stuff, but I will say this. Okay, because I get a little built up here. I'm like, okay, so, and this act is intended to establish, the act itself is intended to establish a commitment by the government to address systemic hate, inequity, and racism to enhance us, all of us, and the well-being of Nova Scotians. So in this case, are we committed to continuing this harm or addressing it? As we stated, as we continue on this discussion, because we can address it at any time. We could address it in clause by clause by clause. But until it's embedded in legislation, we are ignoring the fact that this can harm folks in these communities. So, as we know, the minister is responsible for the supervision and management of the act. And so my question is today that, you know, we have an office that is specifically addresses these concerns, and a minister, gratefully, that is responsible and is accountable to Nova Scotians, who has colleagues sitting next to them. I would hope that these are the conversations that are being had by all departments, because this is what the bill says. That's what that bill stated. That's what the responsibility of government is to do. And yet we see bills here that are not doing that. So I would hope that when we see these next bills, and I hope to see some amendments that will speak to just that, and if not, it is a disservice to Nova Scotians in this province, because what we're doing is completely disregarding a historical black communities in Nova Scotia. So we know that the government is to achieve equity and anti-racism and to eliminate disparities, hate, and inequity that negatively impact marginalized and racialized individuals and communities in the province. And I say here today that this bill it's doing just that. And the communities have spoke to that this is not what they want. To raise awareness of the importance of equity and anti-racism and elements that contribute to equity and anti-racism. How is this supposed to happen if we don't even follow our own legislation? When it comes to the business of this House, we need to do better. And we need to open our eyes to the harms that this speaks of. Our African Nova Scotian communities deserve better. And I'm raising awareness as we speak, so I hope we are all listening. Oh my. Well, you know what? We know that a part of that particular act is to evaluate existing policy to address systemic hate and inequity and racism. And I'm curious to know, was that the case with this bill? Did the minister confer with their colleagues about how this was not a good idea? Did other members talk about, you know, how can we do better for the African Nova Scotian communities, our Indigenous communities, our communities across the province? Like, I'm curious to know what has been happening when legislation is being created and brought forward here in this House. Our government, and this is a statement, our government is committed to eliminating systemic hate, inequity, and racism, and the achievement of equity and anti-racism is a shared responsibility among governments, the private sector, and all Nova Scotians. So these are all really, really wonderful words, and these are words to stand by. It's unfortunate that by what we see here today and what we've seen over the past little bit, that is not the case. And people are noticing it. People are hearing and listening and seeing, and we have a due diligence to make sure that it is stated and done and worked out within legislation that's here in this House. We also need to appreciate the impact of intersectionality. It's crucial in addressing systemic hate and inequity and racism. Our African Nova Scotian community partners have made a number of statements, and they gave recommendations and they gave safeguards. They gave it to the government in the previous bill that was an overreach, and yet we don't see it in this bill at all. You had a template. You could have just put it in the bill.
I would ask the member to talk to me, to talk through me to the government. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. Not like they were looking at me, but it's okay. I will direct it to you. Absolutely. So I just want to say that, you know, we have to remember that we are a demonstration of leadership, and we should have a commitment to equity and anti-racism. And I wait to see how this government will show that in the legislation put forward, moving from now until forward. So now that I spoke in detail about these changes and the things that we need to see, some of us may have actually listened to my words, and I'm hoping, because I have to say this because it feels like no one's listening, and when no one's listening, you got to repeat yourself, right? So I just want to say that I'm hoping. That's how it goes, right? You all have an understanding of my concerns, but yet the African Nova Scotian community's concerns. It is on record, and it's been on record from previous, which hopefully at some point, not hopefully, we need to do better. We absolutely, as a government, the government of Nova Scotia has to do better, and we can't keep acting like we don't know and we don't see, because this is the reality. So I want to remind all members that as this bill, as many others, the volumes to the lack of diversity and acknowledgement and understanding of the adversity and barriers that the African Nova Scotian communities experience, and we have a piece of legislation that speaks directly to this behavior and how it is disrespectful and requires urgent action to this matter. The Progressive Conservative Party needs to read and acknowledge that this bill goes against the act that they have. It should be brought back to the table. It should be brought back to the department. It should be brought back to whoever creates the piece of legislation and be viewed under an equitable lens, because it is harmful and completely disrespectful towards our African Nova Scotian community leaders who've been doing this work for a long time, to our councillors who have been working in conjunction with these communities to make sure that their voices are heard in legislation, in planning, and bylaws. And I will say it again. Does this PC government want to be remembered as a party that continues to undermine and overreach the African Nova Scotian communities and HRM? Because in this act, the government has recognized that marginalized and racialized individuals and communities in Nova Scotia experience harmful, unjustifiable inequities and disparities because of systemic hate, inequity, and racism. So we have, you know, ways to do these pieces of legislation, and I would hope that moving forward, that the changes that were suggested by a number of folks that came to law amendments, that wrote us letters, that created, you know, a cause behind how we need to do things better. I hope that what we're doing is taken into account. So everyone has a vote to cast. If this continues on, what will be yours? I'm hoping that it will be, you know, to go back, take a look at this legislation, you know, re-evaluate it in whatever way that needs to be done. Because you can decide to pull it back and take a look at it, do the right thing. Or you can think about the actions that you make when you vote yes on racism and structural discrimination. So I just want to put that out there. I'm very disappointed in the fact that we continue to say it's all in the name of affordability or faster housing or whatever you want to, you know, frame it. But at the end of it all, it also needs to be reflective of the communities in which we serve in Nova Scotia. And if it doesn't speak to that, then we are not doing the right thing, and we need to change this legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow. Thank you. I thank all those who have stood up and provided their comments, input, and their views on this particular bill, Bill 329. I stand to add my comments and remarks, and hopefully they will be considered moving forward. It was referenced unforeseen, unintended consequences. Consequences, as was mentioned, that can affect those individuals who have not been considered or consulted in a bill of this magnitude. A bill that will provide the minister full control. There is a section in Clause 9 which speaks to the minister's regulations listing non-substantive matters. It's unclear what that means. Hence, the unclarity of that particular statement speaks to, again, the fact that communities could be unintendedly affected by some of the decisions made by the minister. Just a minute. I've also seen, while my colleague stood up and talked about being equitable and putting together pieces of legislation, how members across the floor looked a little surprised that my colleague referenced the equity and the equity that we all so aptly agreed on last year. It is quite concerning, and I'm going to add my comments to this as well. Quite concerning that we have communities that were overlooked. Actions speak louder than words, or should I say, lack of action. I know for a fact that there are members across the floors that represent African Nova Scotian communities. We talk about mistrust. Well, I think we're going down that path again. Lack of understanding, lack of mistrust in those who represent us. We talked about the statement of just noise. Were you referring to those African Nova Scotian communities and the Indigenous communities when you talked about the just noise of actually questioning some of your motives in this legislation? Or are you just completely satisfied, Madam Speaker? Are they completely just satisfied with the status quo? I've grown up with the status quo, and I can tell you it wasn't very interesting for me. I, and including other members in this House, have been elected to speak to issues facing marginalized communities. It is important that we remind members seated in this House that those marginalized communities have been and will continue to be, if we don't look at how we're presenting legislation, will continue to be systemically affected by the decisions that we make. We have the HRM Special Planning Committees, and we have the Center Plan. We have these things that HRM has put forward to try to help to address some of the concerns. And again, we've got a piece of legislation that is looking to usurp and control everything. Under the new law, developers who have been pre-qualified by the minister will get expedited approvals to build residential units. How is that equitable? I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, how is that equitable? Because I can assure you, many of those developers don't look like me. Mr. Speaker, we also have within this a request to pause, to take a moment and look at this and pause. But yet, I'm seeing a government looking to rush this through. And again, without an equitable lens. That's speaking with forked tongue. We have to wonder why they're in such a hurry to pass this piece of legislation. Many members in this House, on all sides, cannot even relate or understand the situation and the consequences that many of those individuals are facing out there on the tents, who are sleeping out there in the tents, out there homeless. Many of them still have jobs and still can't afford to be living in a proper home. I'm going to speak to something personally, something that I don't talk about much. Mr. Speaker, I was one of those people one time in my life, in the 80s, living in Winnipeg, had a job, was sleeping in bathrooms, was sleeping in bus shelters. Thank God they were heated, because they do heat those bus shelters. 9 months out in the streets. I can relate to what some of those folks are dealing with. How many in here can relate to that? So it is really shameful that we who are sitting here, who are privileged, because I'm a privileged person now, can snicker, smile when we're talking about pieces of legislation that really affect those individuals without a home. That's right. It has far-reaching effects, this piece of legislation. Not only does it deal with mental health issues, it deals with the health, period. It's directly connected with those health issues as well. And yet, we look at trying to provide and give one individual all that power without consulting. It's shameful. You have no idea, many of you, what it's like to be out there in the middle of winter without a home, and you have to hide and find many places to try to put your head down to sleep. The strange thing about that was I was still had a job. I'm in the bathrooms, washing up and cleaning up and getting ready for work. I was selling suits then at that time, which wasn't a lot of money. And individuals looking at me and giving me a second look, like, what are you doing here? And yet, we can sit here for the last year at least and go back and forth about who is responsible for housing and where people should live in dignity. Mr. Speaker, it is an issue that affects all levels of government, and we should all be at the table discussing this. I do not drive by those people who are standing out there looking for a bit of change. If I have it, I will give it. If I don't have it, I will at least look at them and say to them, sorry, I don't have any change on me today. I don't just drive by, because in many cases, I might be able to relate to their particular situation. And then, when we are standing here trying to debate it in these long hours, we've got people who are in this House who are a little uncomfortable because they've got to stay these late hours. Because we've got to debate something longer because, by the way, you guys called the hours. Mixed Speaker, sorry.
Through me. By the way, I recognize the honourable member for Colt Harbour.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. The hours were called by government. I am at a loss as to why this piece of legislation is so important that it has to be rushed through. I'm at a loss as to why nobody's willing to sit down and even have this discussion. We are forcing this discussion. You have to be a little bit more sympathetic to those individuals that don't have a home. We have to be more cognizant of the decisions that are being made. We have a right, those of us on this side, to stand up and try to put through amendments and try to negotiate on behalf of those individuals that don't have the privilege to be here. And again, as my colleague had aptly reminded you, it's all being done without an equitable lens. Just look at the homes being built in Timberley. Again, community members came forward, tried to negotiate, were ignored. Look at what's happening in Beachville. And again, look at the historical position that those people in Lake Loon, Cherry Brook, North Preston, and East Preston had been put in for centuries. It was actions and moves like this that caused their particular circumstances. And yet, we're here again, 2023, trying to remind legislators that you are forgetting about a certain aspect of society. Mr. Speaker, this is appalling. We've got members, not just in HRM and in that surrounding area, in Truro, Guysborough, New Glasgow, people on the other side who represent those communities. Cape Breton. How do you look at those communities and talk to them about future legislation when you can look to see, okay, what we're doing in Halifax is okay? How do you, or are you even thinking about representing that segment of your constituency? How many conversations have you had? And I don't mean, I meant we had. Let me rephrase it that way, Mr. Speaker. Again, very little conversation, consultation about the effect that this bill may have on those communities. And I'm glad my colleague raised what she had raised, because I had said last week when this bill was brought forward, I said, I find it really strange that not one piece of this debate has addressed the people of African heritage. Not one piece of conversation addressed those people in those communities who can be, and most obviously or rightly, will be affected by the decisions being made. I've got many people in the community who's reached out to me as well. Help me understand this. What's going on? And like my colleague, I was never given a heads up. I was never contacted. In many cases, I'm feeling like, oh, okay, Tony's a nice guy. He's quiet. He's not going to say nothing, so.
Not tonight.
And I stand up and say very little in this House about a number of things. But I can assure you, my lack of voice doesn't mean that I'm not paying attention. This bill will give the minister complete power. My ask is this: is the minister going to change or maintain the regulations and the list of substantive matters? If he is, shame on him. If he is going to sit down and contemplate and look at deeply, broadly, some of the changes we're proposing, then I applaud him. But I would also ask that it goes a bit further than just looking at it, because we are bringing or suggesting changes with that other lens as well. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, and I think back to my time being on the streets in one of the coldest provinces in the country, in the middle of winter, and if it were not for two individuals that stepped forward to try to give me a hand up, that looked back and reached and gave me a hand up, two strangers, I don't think I'd be here today. I thank those individuals immensely because they saw something in me that I didn't see in myself at that time. You have no idea the effects that it has on you in your psyche when you're out there and you're homeless and you're trying your best to do what you think is the right thing. Even if that means you have some mental health issues, and that may be, to the common person, be a little warped. You're still a human being. You still deserve a roof over your head. You deserve the dignity to have a home and the food on your table and the ability to be a participant in society. Not an other than. And right now, we are failing those individuals out there. We are failing them, Mr. Speaker. The pointing the fingers, the back and forth. Let's sit down and come up with some solutions. We may not have all the answers, but at least attempt to try to do the right thing for those individuals who don't have that ability to do it themselves. There are some great people across the floor. I enjoy making the new friendships and talking to them. There's a few people across the floor that I have immense respect for. But that aside, I don't understand how we can play politics with an issue like this. I'm baffled why it is that we don't take this more seriously. It is a critical situation. 1,000 people in HRM. And that's what's being able to be tracked and known. It's probably a third more, or even more than that. We have so many individuals that are struggling. And we sit in the people's house playing politics about it. Shame. I don't often, as I say, get up and talk about this, but I felt a need, especially when there hasn't been one sliver of conversation about the effects of this particular bill on the African Nova Scotian community. Unintended consequences. Or maybe they are intended, I don't know. let's take a pause on this. Let's pull back. There is no shame in saying, you know what? Maybe we had it wrong. We should pull back and think about what we're doing. There is no shame in that. It can be your bill. I don't care. But at least have the decency to pull back, consider the other ramifications of this bill, look at those individuals who will be, not could be, because I'm going to tell you, will be affected by the decisions around this particular bill. A bill that the minister himself wasn't entirely sure what HRM was doing. One second here. Mr. Speaker. Jeez, where did I put it? Pardon me, 1 second.
Take your time. I'll take your time.
They talk about speeding up development, penalizing HRM for what they say are trying to grab extra taxes. That fund, if I'm not mistaken, that fund was to go towards those not-for-profits and those individuals, those companies that were going to do some not-for-profit building. There were the challenges in the construction industry, lack of labor, increased cost in materials. And it's already been stated here on several occasions, on and on and on. There are many other unforeseen things that have affected construction today and tomorrow and moving forward, because those costs, we all know, are not going to go down. So we need to really think about solutions. It has to be solutions-based. It can't be, yeah, we'll just do this and then, oh, react later. Oh, we hadn't thought about this. We'll do this now. We're dealing with people's lives. You have to be considerate of people's lives. And those people, by the way, are still paying taxes. Those individuals are still buying and contributing and putting in to the province's coffers. So to not consider them is arrogance. To not include them in some of those debates and conversations, Mr. Speaker, is arrogance. It's the status quo. And from my understanding and from what I've heard in this House, we're looking to change that. Well, you know what? All my life, I've dealt with people who spoke out of both sides of their mouth. and it has not changed a thing. Here we are, 2023, we're in the same predicament. If we have a government that wants to speak to actions, talk about their actions, then they need to stand up, do the right thing, and they need to really pause and have true consultations, not with a select few. Consultations with a select few is not true consultations. You have to have consultations with a broad spectrum of the society that you were put in place to manage their funds and govern. And I'm finding, and I need you to prove me wrong, I need people to prove me wrong, I'm finding that when we talk consultations over the past couple years, it's been a select few of individuals that are giving you your right to say, we've consulted. That also has been status quo. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be rambling, so I'm going to sit down now, but I ask that it be considered and that there is a pause. And as was mentioned earlier, this bill look at how they're going to move forward equitably, with an equitable lens, and a lens that will include those that have mental health issues, African Nova Scotian, Indigenous, new immigrants, all in Metro who will be affected by this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to get up for a few minutes. I just have a few comments to make. Just as a representative of another large municipality, and I'll make a point about that, but I do want to recognize the last two speakers. You know, we debate lots of bills, but I do want to give, and I apologize, I'm trying to remember the members. Halifax Needham. And yeah, Cole Harbour and Halifax Needham. Like, I thought that they were excellent, and I thought that they brought a different perspective that to be honest, Mr. Speaker, I never thought about as much as I should have in the bill. And I just want to put that on the record that I thought that was I thought they were both fantastic. As I said, I'm going to get up for a few minutes because I do want to make a few points. And there's been a lot of debate on this clause, as there always is on these clauses, because this is the opportunity for members to really kind of get up and talk generally about the bill before we get into the various clauses of the bill and certain amendments that we're going to make. But I just want to get up because I kind of struggle, and again, we heard it again today. And Mr. Speaker, I can table a document from today that really just kind of sums up the relationship that I'm seeing with HRM. And, you know, I come from a different perspective because I'm from the CVRM. But, you know, I appreciate to the folks in the HRM that have been following along and providing feedback on Bill 340 in here. I appreciate their comments. So I do want to say a few things. And again, we heard it today in law amendments. And this is something that I think is important. It's a different bill, but it's tied into this bill. And we had representation from HRM. which was great. It was great. There was, you know, the law amendments was actually very constructive today. It was a lot of great feedback. I give a lot of credit to all the stakeholders and all the committee members who engaged all day before we got here. An important conversation for municipalities across the province. So what we learned today is that HRM essentially, and it ties into this bill, HRM essentially had no idea that Bill 340 was happening. So here's the largest municipality by far finding out that there's a negotiation happening with the 48 other municipalities across the province. They weren't engaged in the conversation. They had no idea that some of the aspects of the bill, which we learned today, that if HRM actually was part of Bill 340, they're saying approximately $12 million of mandatory payments would be saved, that they could put back into housing in the community, public transit in the community, but they didn't know. They didn't know again, and like they were very clear today, and HRM, like they indicated that they didn't ask for a separate deal, that they wanted to learn more about the bill, and maybe that was the best benefit for them. But they weren't asked. The province said, we'll negotiate at some point. No dates are set. They don't know when that's going to happen, but they're going to be in a separate deal because they have unique challenges. We'll get into this when we get into the other bill. I understand I got to stick to the current bill, but I think the point needs to be made is that I just don't get why this government has established this relationship with our largest municipality and our provincial capital, where you just see this deterioration of a relationship, and it doesn't have to be. And we've heard, like, one of the great comments that came out of today is one of the councillors made an excellent point, is that that bill hasn't been costed overall. And it makes me think about this, is that, you know, so the minister has full control over development in the HRM. So a decision comes across his desk, and he says, okay, I'm going to, whoever the minister is, I don't want to single out the current one because there'll be ministers after him. And so they have this full power to do whatever they want. But how does the department have the ability to cost it? Not only monetarily, but socially and economically. And so you say yes to a development after circumventing everybody in the planning department in HRM, and then you eventually have to go back to them, the same people that you cut out, as Mayor David Miller, or David, not David Miller, David, remember David Miller, he worked in energy. I hope you're watching, Dave. David Mill, yeah, so the mayor of Bridgewater, David Mitchell, he's a good man. David, we were in council together way back in the day, me and David. So again, you take over the power to make that decision. So then you're bypassing all of the people who are the experts and the subject matter experts on the ground in a community, saying yay or nay, this is why you can do it, this is why you can't. So the minister has full authority to do it, but who's really costing that out in the department? Who is in the department saying, well, this is the infrastructure that we need underneath the ground, and we're going to have to look at the size of our pipes, and we're going to have to look at municipal water services, or is it well service, or what is it? And Dave, and I can table it again, it was in the Halifax Examiner, like that was probably one of the best arguments you'll see for many of the bills that the government has put forward, and they talk about population growth, et cetera. But that is kind of what I've seen with this. And again, it all goes back to the foundation of why the government wants to have this relationship with HRM, because it just deteriorates by the day. and I can't speak for the HRM, I'm just kind of watching myself, right? From afar, Cape Breton, just kind of watching the goings on in the mainland, Madam Speaker. So we do, right? We follow along very closely. Very proud of our island. Sometimes we think the mainland gets too much, but that's okay. But I've been following this one because it's, again, because like this bill is similar to Bill 340 in the sense that the government has been at odds with both, with its two largest municipalities that represent well over 50% of the population of the province. And it's been public, and the comments have been debated. They've been divisive. There's been lots of debate in here, and there's probably going to be more. Not because we want to all be in here on Monday night, but because people have asked us to actually do this. People have asked us to have these conversations. Like I said, there's been times in this session where hundreds of people have actually been following along in the conversations because it's actually a big impact to their lives. And it's a big impact to the decisions that these municipalities who are responsible on the ground for, as I said, in both CBRM and HRM, well over 500,000 people, they're trying to make decisions on growth, and they're trying to make decisions on infrastructure, and they're trying to make decisions on resources. And this bill comes, the other bill comes, but I got to talk about this one next year. So this bill comes along, and I'm kind of watching it going, okay, here's another fight. My Halifax colleagues are, you know, they're expressing the concerns they're hearing from their own councillors. You've seen it at law amendments. You've seen it today again at law amendments. This fact that you have this deterioration, the deterioration of this relationship, and I just don't understand why. I don't understand why the government would want that authority, knowing full well that they don't have the capacity to cost this stuff out. They don't. They're gonna have to go back to the same people that they bypassed in this bill. And how do you think that relationship's gonna be? We see it in the paper already. You can see it in the media. We're hearing it. It's not good. It's not good, and it's going to get worse. Because as development starts, and if this bill, well, they have a majority government, so this bill passes, all of a sudden, now the department has full power. And you're going to see the relationship deteriorate even more. And it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good, especially in our largest municipality. But who's next, is my question. Who's next? It starts in HRM, and then all of a sudden it's going to start in the CBRM. And it's going to be full authority in one department for planning for over 500,000 people. And the transparency is gone. The oversight, in my opinion, is destroyed. And your relationship with your elected officials, who, many of us came from that world of municipal politics. That relationship matters. It matters immensely. Everybody in here, I'm sure, works with their municipal colleagues in some capacity, whether it's infrastructure or you're dealing with constituents, you're supporting the community at various events, you're trying to help our most vulnerable. You have that relationship with your councillors, but like, I personally have always seen it as a partnership. Is that ultimately, having that relationship with the city and their departments and having that expertise when it comes to, if you're advocating for municipal water service in a community, or you're advocating for transit, or you're advocating for new services to come in, department. I was the minister of that department. That department doesn't have that information. Not even close. They're good people. They have lots of information for the things they're responsible for, do great work across the province, but they don't have the ability to go into HRM and start be a branch of the planning department because that's essentially what the bill is. It's like, we're going to take full control, but we don't have the capacity to cost out any projects that come our way. We don't have a planning department that's going to be on the ground. We're going to bypass Halifax, and we're just going to approve however we see fit, which is very dangerous, which we've seen in article after article that has been tabled in here. We have lots of, comments from folks about what's happening in Ontario right now with the Greenbelt. And, now you're into premiers apologizing. You're into ministers resigning. You're into RCMP investigations. And I don't wish any of that on anyone here. I don't for a second. Regardless of what side of the house you sit on, you hope for transparency, you hope for goodwill, you hope that ultimately, no matter who's in government, the people get support. That's I've said it before. The best governments are the ones that help the people who need it the most. And I heard that from my old boss, actually, and it's true. So when I look at this bill, I'm just kind of like, how is this helping anybody? It's helping certain people. They don't want to go through a process. But ultimately, is it really helping anybody? And the past two colleagues were extremely passionate about it. And to hear personal stories of people, pour their hearts out in here, it's really, people really, those stories are tough for people to tell. And I'll just wait till they're done, Speaker. To hear my colleague tell his story about being out west, that is pretty powerful when it comes to having conversations about this bill, because he said it himself. Who does the bill help? What is the over? So the argument the government will make is that, well, it will speed up development in Halifax. I'm just going to wait.
Order. There's quite a bit of chatter in the chambers, and I'm happy for folks to step outside if you want to have a conversation. But at this point, the honourable member for Sydney, member 2, has the floor. The honourable member for Sydney, member 2, has the floor.
So when I hear my colleague tell that story, and he makes the argument, who does it help? I have a lot of respect for him, and he's right. When he talks, I've seen some of the greatest speeches in the legislature given by my colleague, and he pours his heart into it, and he did tonight. And he makes a great point about who does this help. And I don't think, this argument that, oh, well, development's slower under the HRM, so we're going to fast track the process. And you see that in all the government messaging, more homes faster, everything faster. That's a good point, not affordable, but faster this, faster that. That's the brand, a lot of governments do it. Maybe I could say, municipal democracy, slower. There's lots of things you could say, but the point being is that he made an excellent point. And again, I just as a former minister at the department, working with those wonderful people who are in there, and people change. What I know, they work hard. They've been through a ton. And I will give the minister that. Like, his department has been through a lot. They've been through a lot of EMO. They've been through a lot of challenges in communities. They're heavy into legislation this session. That's all on, staff deals with a lot of that stuff. But ultimately, the decision is coming from government to bring the bill forward. And I just don't understand why they're bringing the bill forward. I don't understand why they want to destroy this relationship. This is one of those bills, and I can't predict future politics only in the fact that governments win and lose. Hey, I'm on this side of the floor now. I was in government for 7 years and we lost. This government eventually is going to lose. It's just a matter of when. It happens to every government. Nobody's immune to it. Democracy is a beautiful thing. People ultimately will decide that they will be no more. Chances are seats will change in the next general. And we can get into that all day long. I'm not trying to go down a political road. The guy before me, mixed chair, that was in my seat, would sit in here and he would point one by one and he would predict everybody that was. And I see a couple of heads, people are smiling. It's true. The guy before me would come in here and he'd point one by one on who's coming and who's not. That's not my intent. My intent is that this bill is one of those bills that will be repealed. It will be repealed by whoever the next government is coming in. That is my prediction. If we were to form government the next time around, one of my first recommendations will be, if I'm here, and people, well, who knows what will happen, but my first recommendation to whoever is leading this province would be to repeal this bill, to reestablish a relationship with the community that is the capital of this province, that has the capacity and the talent, and let's be clear, they have the talent to deal with this stuff. They are adjusting like every community in this province and across the country. They're being asked to do more. They're being asked to come out of their scope of practice even more, getting away from the traditional services that they still have to provide as a municipality, but now they're into poverty, and they're into housing, and they're into a whole new array of things, but they continuously adjust because they want to help the people that need it the most. So you have all of this talent that is just, it's just hard to believe. So I believe this is one bill that will be repealed, because I just think the best thing you can do is have a strong relationship with municipalities. And it's been nothing, frankly, than public back and forth on this. Very strong comments from the mayor and councillors. We saw it again today in law amendments. Another bill on the floor that Halifax didn't even know about. They didn't even know about a negotiation. They weren't even asked to provide feedback on a negotiation with the 48 other municipalities. They weren't even asked. They had no idea. And they have no timeline on their own negotiation. We learned that today. That under Bill 340, they saved $12 million. Maybe 340 was, maybe that bill was good for them. They never had a chance to ask the questions because they never knew. And I'm sitting there going, like, why would you do that? Like, why would you want to do that? Again, another issue with your minister. And so they're sitting, and they were excellent. And that's where the premise of what I wanted to say tonight on this bill. And the councillor was excellent, and she was so right when she said it wasn't costed to reflect inflation. It wasn't costed to reflect the new reality for municipalities. It wasn't costed for the infrastructure challenges and the services that municipalities, whether you're a town or whether you're the HRM, are now paying to help people. And this is the same thing, this bill, is that you're bringing that decision-making into the department that does not have a planning wing of the HRM. You're going to send out department members now to do all of the municipal planning and the bylaws and the permits and all of these things. No, they want the decision. They want to control it. And then when it doesn't work, when they make that decision, well, it's like, we'll just give it back to HRM now. Because their planning people are going to love it, right? You've taken all the decision-making away from a council, a democratically elected body, and you're saying, yeah, we'll make the decisions, but you do the work. How's that going to work out? That ain't going to work. It's going to be the complete destruction of the relationship. And it flows into everything else. Aside from the planning side of it, aside from the housing side of it in this bill, it flows into your emergency services, it flows into your political relationships, it flows into the partnerships, it flows into everything. And they want to, and the government wants to do this. I'm like, why? How faster is it going to be? You're only taking the decision-making away from the council, and you're giving it to yourself without the tools to deal with the rest of the process, without the tools to cost it out, without the tools to understand the infrastructure needs, without the tools to understand what's happening in the community. And you know who's left to deal with it? The councillor, the MLA, whoever represents it, whatever side, but ultimately, I was a councillor. Councillors deal with everything. God love all of us. I was one of them. We took every call, every road, every bump, every storm, every issue, everything. The councillors, a lot of the time, are the first line of defense. And now they're going to be left trying to get answers out of, instead of going to the planning department, instead of going to their own people, saying, you know, what does this development look like for the community? How do we get it off the ground? They lose that ability that they were elected to do. Now they have to try to get a hold of the minister. They have to try to get a hold of a minister to find out. And like I said, ministers come and go, governments come and go. But now, instead of being able to go to their own planning people, go to their own elected body, have a conversation, because ultimately they're making decisions on infrastructure, like my good friend David Mitchell very clearly articulated. I'll tape that.
No props.
Oh, this is an article. This is an article.
Okay.
I'll table it.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's a prop. Well, it's pictures on the front page, right? But no props, I know. But like, he was shocked, right? He was shocked to find out that development was done because they were left out of the process. So it's like, so now all of a sudden, we're going to be into a whole bunch of these potentially in the HRM. So now they're going to scramble. Councillors are going to hear it. They're going to find out from an infrastructure perspective that this is what we need to do to upgrade. But ultimately, they're going to have to try to get a hold of a minister to figure out why the decision was made, right or wrong or in between. It's going to just, I don't understand. Like, I don't, like, this is my thing. Like, I wanted to get on my feet on this because, as I said, this is the first clause, so, like, this is the great spot to talk about it generally, but, like, why do you want this? I wrestle with that, like, ultimately, why do you want this? I don't see in any way, shape, or form the department having the ability to make this faster. It's not like I said, good people. It was an honor to be in that department. But I just don't understand why the government wants this. You can say it's faster all you want, but it is not going to be faster. It is not going to be faster. There's no process now. Like council, hey, everything takes time. I come from a large municipality too. We have a planning department. We have a council. They have decisions to make. Whether a company comes in and buys land, or whether it's a housing initiative, looking at the land inventory we have, so I get it. It's on a smaller scale, but it's similar. And my colleague was a former councilor from HRM. She knows a lot about CBRM too, so she would agree. Like the process is the same. Now, if I put myself back in my councilor shoes, we had housing developments, and there's been public housing built in CBRM for the last 20 years. There's this argument that there hasn't, but there's actually been a lot. You know, I could name a few. But the point being is that, so I go back to my councilor days, and there's a development that CBRM is going to be engaged with. We have somebody that wants to build housing in the community. We have a developer come in, like other communities we want to develop. So they go to the planning department. Planning department deals with it. It goes for the proper channel to get to council, who meets once or twice a month. Sometimes councils meet more than that. They meet weekly. So it goes through this process so everybody on the ground knows what's happening. The MLA is probably at most times briefed by the councillor, which happens with me a lot, because they'll ask for my opinion or feedback. But ultimately, it's at the foundation of where the decision is made. So everybody knows what's happening. So that development goes through the process. There's a public hearing, 30 days, all of the processes that councillors and councils go through. Everybody knows what's happening. It works. Is it perfect? Not at all. Always comes with challenges, as anything does in life. But ultimately, the people who are making the decisions on the infrastructure underneath the ground that needs to be there, on the road infrastructure that needs to be placed, taking into account our children, taking into account schools in the area, taking into account environmental risks in the area, all of these things are done by planning departments, and they bring all of these recommendations to council. They do. It's great. Like that process is there, the checks and balances, so the people ultimately who are designing the budget to make priorities for the community that also have the talent within that look at you have planners and you have developers and you have relationships locally on the ground. You have all of this in place. And the council ultimately decides on the development. But it's done fairly. There's public consultation as part of it. A lot of the councillors everybody would understand that. There's a public component to this when these developments happen, where people can come in and talk about the development and how it impacts, and I lived it. Now it won't. Now it won't. Now the decision goes to the minister's office. So the municipality is left with finding out somehow, which I don't even know how the process is going to work yet, about how, okay, developer goes in and wants to build, and I'll use CBRM because I know this is probably going to come to the CBRM at some point, but so say this comes to the CBRM. So how does or HRM, because let's get back to the bill, but how does HRM find out? How does their council find out every development that's coming through, or the planners or the developers that are coming through looking at land? They have to call the minister. That's the process. Full control. It will be chaos because information will get lost along the way. Decisions that the government's going to make provincially, now that all the decisions are under the minister, are not going to cost out what actually it's going to take to get that development fully off the ground. Why do you want to do that? It's not going to speed up anything. Developers will make decisions on investments that are best for them. Whether it goes to the minister's office or it goes to the council doesn't matter. They're going to make investments that are important. They'll take incentives from governments, which is great if there's an incentive that they can access. That's wonderful. But whether they go to a minister or go to a council, I don't actually think is going to speed up anything. All they're doing is bypassing the people that are going to do the work, which is one of the most dangerous, in my opinion, one of the most dangerous moves you can make as a government. It is dangerous. And that's not, like I said, whether it's this government or another government. The other government we're seeing in Ontario right now has shown us how dangerous that is. Doesn't mean there has to be ill will by anyone, but you would think that what's happening in Ontario right now would give government pause to say, oh, okay. Maybe we got to come with a few amendments to this bill. Maybe we want to put another couple of checks or balances in to ensure that we're following what our colleagues in the Conservative Party are doing in Ontario. We're seeing the challenges that they're facing. It's getting, in my opinion, uglier by the day. We don't want to be that. We don't want to be that. And I believe they don't want to be that. But when you have a policy like this, like I said, laws always last longer than governments. They always do. And why would you want to, the government talks about we're planning for the future and planning for this, we're planning for that. But like, this is just a dangerous bill that's not necessary. That at some point, somebody could easily abuse. No question. Yeah, and it's like, it's not speeding up anything. It's not their healthcare faster or their battery's faster. This is faster. Yeah, like it's like, this is like, you should change that word to like slower or confusing or, you know, there's lots, like housing more confusing, right? Like it's, again, it's like housing more cloudy. Like again, like you don't, I don't want to, this is serious. So, because like I think this is actually going to come to the CBRM, but it's a case of like you don't have the ability to do the work within the department to take on this bill. You don't have the expertise, you don't have the people on the ground, and you're just ruining your relationship with the HRM. Twice today I've had to talk about this on 2 different pieces of legislation. And it's like, politically, I don't understand it, Mixed Chair. I'm hearing it from HRM, and I'm from Cape Breton. When HRM starts reaching out to Cape Breton with the problems, that's a different world for me, because usually it's the other way around. But they are. Councillors are talking about this, citizens are talking about this, and people are paying attention saying, why? Well, what is this going to do to help the people that my colleague from Dartmouth talked about, Dartmouth Coal Harbour? What are they going to, what's this doing to help them? It's not doing anything to help them. It's not. And there's, like I said, there's councillors around this room, a lot of respect, and as you said, I got a ton of respect for everybody in the room. Everybody comes from a different walk of life, but there's many of us around here that are councillors. And back in the day, if we were all still on council, I don't care what anybody says, Mixed Chair, that if this came across our desks, whether it was CBRM or Colchester or HRM or Truro or Amherst or Yarmouth or Shelburne or Guysborough or Port Hawkesbury or Shettycamp, Meat Cove, we would all be up in arms. We would all be up in arms. There's not one person in this room, in my opinion, Mixed Chair, that used to be a councillor that would accept this bill. Not one. Not one, because every one of us understood when we were on council the importance of local government and the importance of decision-making at a local level. So when I see councillors all over this place, I was there, I had those fights with the province. And at the time, we were suing the province over equalization. Those were some interesting years, Mixed Speaker. Those were the days. Yeah, those were the days. We were just kids. We were just kids back then. We were just kids. But the point being is that all of the councillors in this room would be going wild right now if this bill came to their community. And I'm not pointing fingers at anyone because there's councillors in all 3 parties. But I do know that because we defended to the death democracy at a local level, decision-making at a local level. And it was always the same argument. And every one of the councillors in here made it, me being one of them, is that why would you take that local decision-making away in especially a development when you have a process in place that allows public input, that allows people, like law amendments, you know? Does it work? I would argue no. But hey, I've been on both sides, so I come from a different perspective. I'm on both sides. If the members over there ever end up over here, they'll say the same thing I said when they're over here. But the idea of local decision making, we fought for that for years. That was the fight. It's like we wanted a strong relationship with the provincial government, but at the same time, whenever the provincial government tried to overstep, we always tried to remind them, don't leave us out of the conversation. We're the ones on the ground making the decision. And politically, the MLAs were great. Nobody wanted the challenge of, you know, fighting over development. We talked about it as political representatives representing the communities. We knew more than most. And we also knew that we had the expertise on the ground and we had the public input for any development. There isn't a person in here that wasn't a former councillor that would not make that argument. I'm actually making the same argument I would have made in 2008 to 2012, my time on council. True. Now you're in a system that every one of the people in the room that are former councillors would fight and fight and fight and fight. Because it's not right. Because it's only going to bog down the system more. Politically, I argue that this bill is going to cause you a lot of front page news in a very bad way. Because now you're going to have a breakdown of communication. You're going to have a breakdown of information. Instead of getting the information from one spot where a developer can come in, go through the permit process with HRM, talk to the province, not saying don't talk to the province, but apply for the incentives that may be there through municipal affairs or housing or efficiency or whoever. You can go after them, but you're taking the nuts and bolts of what it does and what it means for a development to happen, and you're scattering that. So decisions get broken down. Communication gets broken down. One arm of government doesn't realize what the other arm of government has decided on. One person now becomes the judge, the jury on all of these things. And the people that actually have to do the work probably won't find out for months after that person made the decision. Yeah, like listen, every government has its problems and challenges, it has its successes. And municipal councillors, red tape is a big thing no matter what level of government you're at. You want to reduce red tape. This does not reduce red tape. It increases it drastically. And I just don't understand why this necessity to take on this piece, knowing that you're just going to make life more difficult for people who want to invest their money into the HRM, that want to build housing, that want to go after those incentives to help people. So I'll close just by saying this. Again, and it goes to the foundation of everything that I've kind of said tonight. This is the first step. This will come to other communities. That's what the government wants to do. To me, it's full control. And yeah, we can get into the debate of full control and this and that. Provincial governments control lots of things. Municipalities, they have under the MGA or whatever, they control lots of things. The feds control lots of things. We talk about that all day. But this is for me, I don't understand two things. The first one is I don't understand why the government wants this when they don't have the capacity to do anything else under the process and the timeline for a development, in my opinion. They're taking on the sole purpose of making the decision. And good luck, because it's going to get very interesting. And number two, this whole session has been this relationship with HRM that a guy from me like CBRM sees from afar. And I say to myself, why does it have to be so confrontational? Why? It doesn't help the government in any way, shape, or form. I find Halifax to be, in my time, very collaborative. Didn't agree on everything, but we talked. You know what I mean? And now that relationship is broken. There's lots of words to describe it. And politically, it's going to hurt your MLAs. There's no question. There is no question. And again, I've seen this at home with CBRM. It's the same thing. It's like, we had a very constructive day today about what was happening with Bill 340 with CBRM. It wasn't confrontational. It was very collaborative. There was good information brought forward. I give my colleagues credit on the government side. They asked great questions. They talked about their policy. They defended it. All of that stuff. It was very constructive in that way. And this doesn't have to be like this either, but it's not. It's a public fight. Like it's a public fight with CBRM. Like it's a public fight with the federal government over the carbon tax. Like it was a public fight with utility. And again, I said this in the last speech, and I'll finish with this. Every one of these fights, Nova Scotians lost every time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know how long I will speak. I may have a few more things to add in third reading, but at least on Clause 1 here, I'd like to get a few points on the table here, really in support of many of the things that have been said. But, as many of you know, I'm one of those that comes from municipal politics, 7 years as a councillor and chaired planning committees, so I have a I would consider a fairly strong understanding of process around planning and how we work with our citizens to create communities that they're proud of and they want to live in. And I think, as Mayor Savage has stated, HRM has worked extremely hard to create a vibrant and wonderful city that people want to live in. And this bill really endeavors to undermine that in a very serious manner. This bill is really is highlighting some of the dysfunctionality of this system of government that we have and how we work in this House. As our colleague from Halifax Needham expressed the frustration, and I always welcome a new perspective of a new MLA coming and highlighting how poorly we produce legislation in this province, in this House. And it's so easy after 10 years to just accept that that's how we do it. This is the way, we're teams. We sit on opposite sides, but we don't make good legislation that way. And this is an example where we've got an extremely poor piece of legislation. And I hope, and this has not been the case in the past, but I would hope, Mr. Speaker, that the minister takes this debate seriously, takes notes on the points that are being made by my colleagues on this side of the House with respect to the many questions of why this legislation exists and why this is in there and why this is not in there, because there have been a lot of good points made, and Nova Scotians deserve some answers from the minister. And I know the minister would have many civil servants taking notes on this conversation, and I'm sure that we can get unanimous consent of the House if the minister needs more than 1 hour to respond to all the points that have been raised here, because Nova Scotians deserve answers to the questions that folks have been putting forward. This bill, frankly, is really a Trojan horse. We have a situation where we have a housing crisis, and instead of dealing with it inside the Trojan horse is something that is not going to help solve the housing crisis. It seems clear to all those that have watched this from us on this side of the House and from the critiques in the media, is that this bill has come forward to assist a few developers. And any good developer knows that if there is a crisis, that's the opportunity to pounce and gain an advantage. But this bill is so all-encompassing. There are many, many unintended consequences, and I won't go into all of them, but I think my colleagues from Halifax, Needham, and Cole Harbour raised one of them. We're actually breaking the laws of this province that we passed unanimously in the House with respect to anti-racism. Completely ignored, yet this government made a commitment with much fanfare on the passing of the bill that this was how this government was going to work. It seems those were empty words when this legislation has the unintended consequences of heavy-handedly dictating what is going to happen in a community. And if it's not the African Nova Scotian community or an Aboriginal community, it's all our communities. Every community has an identity. and they work to create a vision. They spend years. And now there is one person in this province, of the 1 million people in this province, one person can now dictate what happens in those communities. Egregious overreach, absolutely not required. If the government wants to give a hand to a handful of developers, I'm sure there are creative ways to do that without being so egregious, so undemocratic. These are the words that have been used by Mayor Savage and others. It's clumsy, it's undemocratic, and it has the potential of doing real harm. There are people in the heritage community concerned what the minister is going to do with this power. The minister needs to answer that question. I want to talk about 4 things here: the process, accountability and corruption, what the intent is, what are the issues we're actually trying to solve, and then I'll conclude about whether this bill is actually legal. So it's clear there has been absolutely no consultation. No one on the government side of the House has disputed that fact. The question is why? Why is there no need for consultation? A question for the minister. How long has the minister been working on this legislation? I think it's fair to say he didn't start working on it last week. Yet, he purposely and intentionally kept it from Mayor and Council of HRM. That was an intentional move by the minister, because there is no evidence of any consultation. And in fact, as has been said, a phone call was made the night before to say something was coming, but I can't tell you what it is. I know if I was the minister and asked to make that kind of phone call, I would not have done it. I would have resigned first. Because when we do this job, it is our reputation. It's our reputation of whether we are ethical and that we take our job seriously with respect to our obligations to the citizens of Nova Scotia. How can the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and this is the second time, so there's a track record, how can the Minister of Municipal Affairs not speak with the mayor of the largest municipality in the province that by population-wise is almost half of the province? It's unfathomable. It's unacceptable. And I actually believe it's illegal, and I'll come to that later. The moves by this government, by this minister, are a breach of trust. And trust is built and it's earned. A new government has to earn that trust with the stakeholders they work with. And now, for the second time, this government has breached that trust with HRM Council and its citizens. Other municipalities are concerned. Are they next? Are they the next ones to wake up? Probably the next session. Another bill comes on the floor, taking their rights and responsibilities away and putting it in the hands of the minister. So are our towns, the character of our towns, under threat? Is agricultural land preservation under threat? Because the minister riding his Trojan horse says there's a housing crisis, so I can do whatever I want to do? It's very sad. You know, I'd like the minister to tell us what's going to happen to those communities that have spent hours and hours over years contributing to the visions of their community. What happens to the senior whose life savings are tied up to a property and the minister's going to give permission for a high-rise to go up and devalue her property? Those are the issues municipalities wrestle with day in and day out. They know their communities. They've spent years discussing theirs to try and protect the citizens through processes. They're not always happy, but there's a process there that citizens are involved in. Mayor Savage spoke eloquently about this in a much more succinct way than I did. They're not always happy, but at least they have a say. Well, there is no say now. The minister doesn't even have to consult with you as members of the legislature on what's going to happen, yet you'll take those calls. What happens to our public gardens? What happens to the commons? There's something that's been under threat for quite some time. We need housing. The minister now has the power to build on the Halifax Commons. I don't know why he wants it. I'm sure there's a developer with a great idea on putting housing on the Halifax Commons, and he has the power to make that happen. These powers are not necessary, but the minister has decided he's going to take them. And that comes back to the next point I want to make about accountability and corruption. Our democratic process elects people to represent people. There is a connection between those neighborhoods and the elected officials. They have to answer to those citizens that elect them. Fundamental in our democratic system. But this action completely breaks that contract, that democratic fundamental principle. The minister is not elected by the people that represent HRM. We have broken that fundamental democratic contract. So, the minister has admitted to us that he has met with very few developers. Interesting. I think the public has a right to know which developers he has met with. And why just very few? And this is where we've talked about Ontario. And a minister that has a special relationship or has been given access to a very few developers. Developers want an even playing field. All developers want an even playing field. There will be obviously a few that will, if they've got a back door, they'll take it. Any smart business person would do that. But it's our role as elected officials, as the guardians of democracy and process and laws, to ensure that there is fairness in our society, not backdoors. This bill creates that backdoor, the same backdoor in the bill 18 months ago that created the special planning areas. 11 special planning areas, and I think 6 got through the back door. I don't know where the others didn't get in to see the minister, I guess. And yet, the argument 18 months ago is we needed housing. There was that Trojan horse again. We need housing. We need to do everything that we can to make sure one more house is built. Well, the minister approved 22,600 houses. And I've yet to hear the minister stand up and say how many have been built.
Zero.
I think it is 0, but I haven't been able to travel around and visit all the areas, but I'm sure the minister has, and he can give us an update. 6 of 11 special planning areas went to one developer. Now, I'm sure that developer has as many challenges getting labor as everyone else. I don't know how many that developer builds in a year, a couple thousand units perhaps. Well, they just got approval 18 months ago for 16,000 units by the minister. But if they can't build any more, and I don't know what the number is, but I think it's probably reasonable when you think that there's 4,000 or 5,000 units being built in HRM in a year. Clayton Developments can't be doing them all. So they only have the labor to probably do a couple thousand units a year. So he's approved 16,000 units, and we haven't seen any built. Anyway, there's lots to read in the Tim Bousquet article, and I perhaps don't need to go there in depth. So where are the checks and balances in this system? One of my colleagues was talking about this earlier. Those previous 11 planning areas were done behind closed doors. No checks and balances, no public information. Now we're going to continue that dance with a few developers and an omnipowerful minister. I really, honestly can't believe that the minister wants to be creating the conditions where he may fall into the trap that will result in RCMP investigations. And I know that sounds a bit alarmist, but we've got evidence of it. A relationship in Ontario with the Premier and the Housing Minister and the Chief of Staff and some friends who are developers, benefiting in billions of dollars, and the Auditor General and the RCMP involved. That is what happens when you don't have the checks and balances and the processes and the public processes that ensure accountability. I just want to reiterate what has been said before. That this bill does not address the real issues. Now, the issue is all-encompassing. There are housing challenges throughout the province, and at all levels. The minister's talked about that. I agree with him. The one that is so painful and hard to watch for Nova Scotians are the tents. And those should be our priorities, as my member from Cole Harbour talked about. And it's unfathomable to me that the signature legislation that this government has brought in is about getting backdoors for developers to build $2,000 a month or $2,500 a month apartments or $800,000 houses in nice neighborhoods. If you want the developers to build, that's fine. But what are the barriers to them building? There's nothing stopping Clayton Development. They've got 11,000 units. What's their barrier? Their barrier is financing. Their barrier are skills trades. And the other barrier, which I think has settled down now, is supply chains. I think that might be coming off the list. It's not planning approvals. Even when you've given them 22,600 units of planning approvals, housing starts have gone down. So we better get out there and open up another back door, show that we're doing something. It's a very concerning piece of legislation. And I want to come back, or I want to finish off with something that hasn't been discussed, and that is whether this bill is even legal. And I know HRM has asked their lawyer to take a look at it. And I'm not a lawyer, so, but there is a clause in the HRM charter that's very, very specific and is extremely important. It's clause 382. It's in the HRM charter. It's in the laws of this province. Clause 382 says, the minister shall consult with the municipality respecting any proposed amendments. Now, they shall on any amendments. Now, I know the bill brings in some clause that attempts to nullify that, but I question whether that is legal. It may be legal to go and consult with them about taking a clause about consultation out, but I don't believe you can unilaterally just ignore or override something that is the laws of the province. And so, without having a lawyer, I decided to ask ChatGPT. And I'll ask our chair, mixed chair, whether I am required to table ChatGPT, because that might be a first in the legislature. I don't know.
I think so.
Making history. So I asked about the protections and the rights, constitutional and legal rights of municipalities with respect to the province's overreach. And it came back and it says it's essential to examine relative laws and regulations for that specific province. However, in many legal systems, there are constitutional and legal principles that protect the rights and interests of municipalities. These may include provisions that require consultation or consent from the affected municipality before making significant changes to the municipality's governing act. The intention behind such clauses is to ensure that municipalities have a say in decisions that directly affect them. If the act of a provincial legislature contains a clause stating that any changes in the act must first involve consultation with the municipality, then there is typically a legal obligation to adhere to that consultation requirement. Failure to consult with the municipalities as specified in the act could lead to legal challenges or other consequences. And in asking about the constitutional and legal principles, it also outlines seven or eight items. And number 4 and number 6, I'll read. For consultation and consent, some provinces have laws or policies that require provincial governments to consult with municipalities or obtain their consent before making significant changes to municipal governance or boundaries. These mechanisms ensure that municipalities have a say in the decisions that affect them. Judicial review. Municipalities, like any other entity in Canada, have access to the judicial system to challenge decisions or actions that they believe are unconstitutional or violate their legal rights. So it's not a lawyer. I'm sure the government has lawyers that think otherwise. But from my layperson's view, that makes sense. You have a law on the books that says you must consult before you make changes to the charter. So I share that so that the government has the expectations that for the next 2 years, they may be spending some time in court with HRM, and that might hold up perhaps anything that you want to do with this piece of legislation. Anyway, I'll leave that to the lawyers. But in summary, you violated the laws of the land in terms of consultation. The government has created a situation in which we have now undemocratic lines of accountability with a serious opportunity for corruption. We have a bill that does not get at the issues that the government says they are interested in solving. And this is illegal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You quoted ChatGPT.
So just to answer the member's question, because you quoted it directly, you will need to table it. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly I will just speak for a few minutes on Bill 329, which is a bill to do with housing here in HRM. The member from Sydney, member 2, asked why the governing party is choosing to create this type of relationship with the largest municipality in the province, where half of our province's population lives. It's a very good question. And I have a theory, it's probably wrong, but I'm surprised at how little we're talking about healthcare here in this legislature, considering that it's 95% of the calls that I get in my constituency from people that have no family doctors, no paramedics when 911 are called, no hospital beds when doctors need them. And I can't help but wonder if part of it is a way of distracting Nova Scotians and us MLAs from the issues that are bearing down on all Nova Scotians right now and the worsening situation that we have in healthcare. Regardless, here we are, and Bill 321 is an important bill, and I will make some comments, Madam Chair, Mixed Chair, rather, apologize, Mixed Chair, to this bill. Housing is needed here in HRM, there's no doubt, and housing is needed in the area that I represent of Cumberland North and all of Cumberland County. I do think it's important, a mixed speaker, to recognize the words of the Mayor of Halifax in his opening comments at Law Amendments Committee. In his first sentence, he said, "This legislation is unnecessary and harmful, built on demonstrably false premise. With absolutely no notice or discussion, it is an autocratic intrusion into municipal affairs and completely ignores the biggest problem it claims to address." Mayor Mike Savage called Bill 329 an egregious overreach. Mayor Mike Savage is well respected, mixed speaker. He is a public servant that has served HRM for years. Certainly in my experience with Mayor Savage, he is a kind, intelligent, capable man who treats people fairly. I think, Madam Speaker, he deserves the respect to be listened to and to acknowledge his very strong statements about this legislation that we are debating tonight. I saw something when I woke up this morning, and I wanted to just share this. It really made me think as I was preparing to come to the legislature today, and it was a post, a social media post that the Minister of Environment and Climate Change had posted. And it was a quote. I'll quote and then table it, mixed speaker. "As the birthplace of parliamentary democracy, freedom of the press, and responsible government in our country, Nova Scotia played a pioneering role in shaping our nation's democratic institutions that help secure the rights and freedoms Canadians embrace today. It's a story Nova Scotians can be proud of and all Canadians should celebrate," end quote. And I'll table, I've got a few other ones I'll table at the end if that's okay. Yet here we are, mixed speaker, I believe, far away from the origins of responsible government and parliamentary democracy. Responsible government is when government or executive council is held accountable to the people for its decisions through the legislative branch, which is where we're at today, this House of Assembly. Mixed speaker, there's been a culture of reducing responsible government and parliamentary democracy's strength as the governing party attempts to daily to lessen the time spent here in this House of Assembly. My question is, do any of the elected members in the governing party actually have a voice? Or are all decisions being made through the Premier's office and unelected staff that does not reflect parliamentary democracy or responsible government? Parliamentary democracy is a democratic form of government in which the party or coalition of parties with the greatest representation in the legislature forms government. The parties in the minority serve in opposition, that's us on this side, to the majority and have a duty to challenge it regularly. That is parliamentary democracy. Premiers may be removed from power whenever they lose the confidence of a majority of the ruling party or the legislature. And the legislature system, the parliamentary system, originated in Britain and was adopted in several of its former colonies. The role of opposition in a parliamentary democracy is to challenge government policies, to hold the government accountable for its actions and give voters an alternative in the next election. These roles are often highlighted during question period. Now, mixed speaker, this session and each session, since this government has won its majority, has rushed each legislative session, reducing the opposition's ability, our ability to do our job, mixed speaker, as part of a parliamentary democracy in a responsible government. Debate is important. And ideally, an effective parliamentary democracy debate would be considered. A healthy debate would improve legislation, and that is our goal, Mixed Speaker, in opposition. When I listened this evening to the words of some of my colleagues, so moving. The member from Halifax Needham, I just applaud her and others for being so brave and bringing forth issues that should be considered. That is our job. That is what we are here for, and we are going to do the best that we can in opposition. Our maturity could lead us not to get defenseful when we're challenged and when good, healthy debate happens in this legislature. Our maturity should allow us to have healthy, robust debate. That is responsible government. And responsible, healthy debate happens during the daytime, not at 11 p.m. at night. Strong, responsible government and strong parliamentary democracy is going to happen best when you have elected officials, MLAs, healthy and rested, where everyone in the governing party included, and in opposition, and staff that keep this building, this machine of the legislature running, can be healthy. The clerks, our legislative council, our library staff, our Ledge TV, our security staff.
Order. I ask the member to speak more directly to the bill, please. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you. And I can hear others, the Minister for Seniors, not appreciating this debate. But I did want to bring up.
Order. I'm happy to deal with it.
No, I'd like to.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, the mixed chair, the member who just said what she said has no idea what I'm saying over here, and I don't appreciate her putting any words in my mouth. The words that she put in were not accurate, and I don't appreciate it.
That's not the point of order to rise on. The point of order to rise on is the reference to your attendance or not in the House. So I would ask the member for Cumberland North to refrain from referring to people's presence or absence in the House, and I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Bill 329 has not been received well by our municipal partners, and I want to commend my MLA colleagues here in opposition for doing such an incredible job this evening and last week, Mixed Speaker, doing our job in opposition so that we can have a responsible government and strong parliamentary democracy. And I believe the debate that is happening tonight and the points that some of the other MLAs have brought forward, Mixed Speaker, are very important. And a mature, strong government for the people of Nova Scotia would take into account all of the points that are being brought forward by everyone. And Mixed Speaker, I also believe it's very important to have a healthy legislature, and that's why I brought up those points. Mixed Speaker, in the words of the Mayor of HRM, this bill is autocratic. That is not democratic. So the member, the minister from the Department of Environment and Climate Change that was sharing the rich history of Nova Scotia, the province of Joseph Howe, I think I wanted to bring that up today, Mixed Speaker. That if we really truly want to honor the history, the rich history of us, of Nova Scotia, that we will strive to have strong, responsible government and strong parliamentary democracy here in this House, recognizing the role of opposition and the importance of strong and healthy debate. Mixed Speaker, one last comment that I will bring forth with this bill. My constituency is Cumberland North. But HRM is very important to all of Nova Scotia, including to the people of Cumberland North. It includes our capital city for the province. It holds half the population for our province. And it's important that we have a healthy relationship with our municipal leaders. They do an incredible, incredible work. And one of the points that I wanted to bring forward, Mixed Speaker, that's not included in this bill, is one of the barriers that's been identified to improving housing is the fact that one of the biggest barriers right now is the cost, is our interest rates. And if the government was willing to offer low interest loans to those who wanted to build housing, that would likely, Mixed Speaker, really make a difference. And that's something that, Mixed Speaker, that the minister could have conversations with our municipal partners like the mayor of HRM. Mixed Speaker, I encourage the minister, Premier's office, and all those governing to take a second look at this piece of legislation in the spirit of responsible government and the spirit of strong parliamentary democracy, to listen to the words of those in opposition and try to bring forth the best legislation possible for the people of HRM and all of Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
Seeing no further debate, shall Clause 1 carry? There has been a call for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will resume. There has been a request for a recorded vote. I will ask the clerk to conduct the vote.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston.
Yes.
Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau. Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith. Yes. Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek. Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
We.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison. John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab.
No.
Keith Irving. Brenda McGuire.
Nope.
Derek Mombercat. Zach Churchill.
No.
Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen. Gary Burrell.
No.
Carla McFarland. Rafa Di Costanzo. Tony Ince.
No.
Laura Lee Nickel. Ben Jessam.
No.
Braden Clark.
No.
Ali Duale.
No.
Carmen Kerr.
No.
Ronnie LeBlanc. Fred Tilley. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 28, nays 13.
Clause 1 is carried. Clause 2. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to move a change to Bill 329. A copy of the change should have been circulated. It's Committee of the Whole House and Bills Gov 2. I'll read the changes in the change sheet, and then I will explain them briefly. So page 2, clause 2, proposed subsection 219B9, delete and substitute 9. The municipality shall adopt a bylaw under the 6th section by the date specified in the regulations. Page 2, clause 2, subsection 219B12, delete and substitute 12. The minister may make regulations specifying A, additional terms and provisions to be included in the bylaw made under this section, B, a date by which the municipality shall adopt a bylaw under this section. Page 4, clause 4, proposed clauses 236A, brackets 1, bracket C, and bracket E, add subsection, subject to subsection 3 at the beginning of each clause. Page 4, clause 4, proposed section 236A, add after proposed subsection 2, the following subsection 3, a new incentive or bonus zoning agreement, capital cost contribution agreement, or local improvement charge may be created if the formulas and methods for calculating the charges are used in the agreement are A, the same as those in effect at this time, at the time this section comes into force, or B, in accordance with the formula approved by the minister. Page 5, clause 4, proposed subsection 236A3, renumber as 4. Page 5, Clause 4, proposed Section 236A4, renumbered as line 2, delete fee charge. Page 5, Clause 6, proposed subsection 244-2A, delete and substitute 2A. The Chief Administrative Officer may discharge a completed development agreement in whole or in part. So I'll just briefly give reasons for the amendment. So the First Amendment removes the date set out in the bill and provides greater flexibility to set a date and regulations. The page 2, clause 2 amendment, Second Amendment provides clarity by allowing a deadline to be set in regulations. Page 4, clause 4, to tie the subsections into the language of the amendment. Page 4, clause 4, proposed section 236A, the second one. This creates clarification that the municipality may continue to enter into capital costs and other agreements after this legislation comes into force. The municipality must ensure new agreements use existing formulas in place at this time of the time this legislation comes into force to calculate them. Page 5, clause 4, straightforward, just a renumbering of the section to account for a new subsection described above. Page 5, deleting fee and charge. Reason for the amendment provides additional clarity to the section. The minister is approving changes to fees or a charge, not approving a fee or charge generally. Page 5, clause 6, subsection 244A. Reason for the amendment, the addition of the word completed provides clarification that the CAO may discharge completed development agreements. And page 6, clause 10, proposed subsection 215, clarifies that there is a right to appeal, not an application for appeal. So there's a right to appeal. And page 6, add clause 10, the following clause. Did I miss a page? I did, didn't I? Oh, I did.
Can we just take a minute? We don't have the correct change sheet.
Huh? Oh,
Is that right? 329? No?
We'll take a
I
short.
didn't read the. I'm sorry, I didn't read the back of my own clause.
We'll take a short recess.
Huh? All
We're
right,
going to take a short recess.
Okay.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills resumes, and I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
My apologies to the House. I will just finish reading the second part of the proposed changes and then read the reason for them. So further proposed changes, page 6, clause 10, proposed section 251A, delete application for in the first line of proposed subsection 1, the first line of proposed subsection 2, and the first line of proposed subsection 3. And B, delete application in the second line of proposed subsection 1 and substitute appeal. And page 6, add after clause 10 the following clause, 11. Chapter 39 is further amended by adding immediately after section 257 the following section, 257A. The Chief Administrative Officer may modify or discharge a private covenant insofar as it is more restrictive than the current zoning for the land it governs with respect to height or density. 2. A covenant modified or discharged under subsection 1 is deemed to have been modified or discharged for offending public policy under subsection 61(1) of the Land Registration Act, and a certified copy of the decision of the Chief Administrative Officer may be registered or recorded as if it were an order of the court made under that subsection. And 3, a decision of the Chief Administrative Officer under subsection 1 may be appealed to the board. And 4, sections 264 to 269 apply with necessary changes to an appeal under this section. Renumber and change crop references accordingly. So further to that, page 6, clause 10. This is a new clause that will allow the CAO to modify or discharge a private covenant where the private covenant is more restrictive than current zoning for the land it governs in respect to height or density. It also brings in the language of the Land Registration Act to clarify for purposes of registering the modification or discharge with the Land Registry Office. And with that, I move the changes to Bill 329 be accepted.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and I'd like to thank the Minister for bringing forward this amendment to the bill. I understand that in looking at these proposed amendments, that it reflects the conversations that the department has been having with HRM, and so that gives our caucus a bit of hope that perhaps as we move forward with this piece of legislation and more amendments come forward, that perhaps the government will be more inclined to take what is not a great bill as far as the HRM is concerned and strengthen it as I believe this amendment currently does. So that is why we will be voting in favor of this particular amendment, and again hope that perhaps that goodwill will carry forward with some of the other amendments that come forward in later clauses. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair. I guess I've heard from my colleague that these are in response to amendments that HRM proposed, but I'm wondering if I would love to know sort of what the thinking was from the government side as to why these amendments were proposed. I think we're prepared to support them as well, but I would love it if the minister could take a moment just to explain sort of where they came from and you know, not only what they do, but why they're there. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So these amendments come out of law, come out of law amendments effectively, and really are issues which HRM staff asked for clarification on.
Seeing no further debate, is Clause 2 carry? There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will call to order. There is a request for a recorded vote. I will ask the clerk to conduct the recorded vote.
Brad Johns. Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston.
Yes.
Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross. Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman. Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek. Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison. John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Steve Craig. Patricia Arab.
Yes.
Keith Irving. Brenda McGuire.
Yeah.
Derek Momberket. Zach Churchill.
Yes.
Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc. Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs. Susie Hansen. Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Carla McFarlane. Rafa Di Costanzo. Tony Ince.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nickel. Ben Jessam.
Yes.
Braden Clark.
Yes.
Ali Duale.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc. Fred Tilley. Elizabeth Smith McCross.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 33, nays 0.
The amendment is carried. Shall Clause 2 carry? There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. There has been a request for a recorded vote. I will ask the clerk to conduct the vote.
Brad Johns. Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston.
Yes.
Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross. Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lord.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman. Kent Smith. Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong. Susan Corkum Greek. Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison. John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard. Danielle Barkhouse. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Steve Craig. Patricia Arab.
No.
Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat. Zach Churchill.
No.
Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc. Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs. Susie Hansen. Gary Burrell.
No.
Carla McFarland. Rafa DiCostanzo. Tony Ince.
No.
Laura Lee Nickel. Ben Jessam.
No.
Braden Clark.
No.
Ali Duale.
No.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc. Fred Tilley. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 20, nays 8.
Clause 2 is carried. That's why I said this clause 2 is carried. Carried. I know. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I move that you now rise and report progress on these bills.
The Chair of the Committee on the Whole House on Bills reports. I recognize the clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 329, and the Chair has been instructed that the committee has made some progress on this bill.
The House stands adjourned until 1 p.m. tomorrow, 4 hours from 1 p.m. to 11:59 p.m.